This is Zoom end-to-end, audio test 1. The Board of Trustees meeting will be starting momentarily.
Good morning and welcome to the Florida A&M University's Board of Trustees meeting. I call this meeting to order. Mrs. Cummings Martin, would you please call the roll?
Good morning. Trustee Brown,
Present.
Trustee Bryant. Present. Trustee Crossman,
Present.
Trustee Figures. Trustee Figures. Trustee Gainey,
Here.
Trustee Gibbons,
Here.
Trustee Harper,
Here.
Trustee Lawson,
Here.
Trustee Perry,
Here.
Trustee Reed. Trustee Reed. Trustee Vasquez.
Here.
Trustee Washington.
Here.
Trustee White.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I would like to welcome newly appointed trustee Rafael Vasquez, whose appointment is effective today. Would you like to say a few words, trustee Vasquez?
Thank you, Chair Harper. Yes, I just want to say thank you. I'm looking forward to serving on the board. If I could just share a very brief comment. I know I shared this story with you once before, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a kind-hearted man named Colonel Joe. I wanted to get involved with FAMU as a business owner, and he was so kind to me that my sponsorship of the FAMU football kickoff just turned into a relationship. And his kind heart, he met me at FAMU one day. He gave me a tour. We just spent the day talking. He showed me the museum. And ever since then, it's just been such a great relationship. And I'm just looking forward to meeting as many in Rattler Nation as possible. And I'm just looking forward to serving the board. And I just thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Before we begin, pursuant to Article 5.4 of the board's operating procedure, a notice concerning the general purpose of a board meeting is to be posted on the board's website not less than 7 days prior to any scheduled meeting. In an effort to coordinate a time block for all board members for today's meeting, a notice to finalize the scheduling of this meeting was posted less than 7 days prior to today's meeting. After consulting with the Office of General Counsel, the notice of this meeting is still in compliance with Florida law, as notice is only required to be reasonable and was provided 6 days prior to the meeting. However, in consideration of the board's operating procedures to notice its meeting and the importance of this matter and timeline for the presidential search, the Office of General Counsel has also advised that the board should vote on suspending the 7-day notice provision in Article 5.4 in connection with matters to be brought before the board today. The board's consideration of suspending any provision of the board's operating procedures is permitted by Article 7.3 and Robert's Rules of Order. It should be further noted that Article 7.3 states that an affirmative vote of not less than 2/3 of trustees present and voting is needed in order to suspend any provision of the board's operating procedure. I hereby move that pursuant to Article 7.3, that the 7-day notice for a meeting as set forth in Article 5.4 be suspended by the board in connection with consideration of the matters to be brought before the board today.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or unreadiness? Hearing or seeing none, all those in favor, please show by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, an aye. Those opposed, same sign or nay. The motion carries unanimously. Our first order of business is to hear comments from the public. Each person is recognized for the purpose of public comments shall limit his or her comments to agenda matters currently before the board. The speaker shall give his or her name and shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. All remarks shall be addressed to the board as a body and not to any member thereof, nor to members of the audience. Ms. Cummings Martin, did anyone sign up for public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have at least 20 persons who have requested public comment today. And with your permission, we will begin with those who are online.
Yes. Can you please read two at a time so that the next person will be ready and we can maximize the time that we have allotted? So two at a time. Who are the first two, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we have 15 minutes for public comment.
I'm aware.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, thank you. Can you read the
Well-
first two, please?
We'll try to move expeditiously. First up, Will Packer, followed by Rob Hardy, if they are present. Next. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm present. This is Will Packer.
Yes,
You are recognized, Mr. Packer.
Trustees, in discussions today, you're going to hear a lot about political capital, corporate ties and relationships, and the need to choose an unconventional president for unconventional times. But the truth of the matter is that the baggage that comes with finalist Marva Johnson is not worth any perceived value brought as a non-traditional candidate. We can't afford another high-profile controversy attached to our university's image. We can't afford to be associated with anything that has the slightest whiff of undue manipulation. That alone would undermine any corporate or political capital that any of the presidential candidates purport to have. I've been in those rooms. I know firsthand that it's extremely difficult to walk in seeking grants, seeking resources and support from corporations when you don't have your own students, faculty, and alumni behind you. No matter what relationships you have, that's a recipe for disaster. Do not set Marva Johnson up to fail. Do not put her in a position to take over a house severely divided. I've never seen a united outcry so clear and so forceful from the FAMU community. I doubt you have either. This proposition is really a simple one. You're either carrying out the will of the family or you're not. This passion runs deep. It's not going away anytime soon. There's only one candidate of the four who the students, alumni, and faculty of this beloved institution have overwhelmingly said it's not her time. Only one candidate has the potential to do irreparable harm to the university's relationship with its community and donor base. Only one is so polarizing, so divisive, so offensive that the very process by which she was selected was called into question. FAMU doesn't need this. FAMU doesn't deserve this. FAMU doesn't want this. Not again, not another questionable decision by leadership. But there's good news. Before you is a historic opportunity to unite this community. A non-Marva Johnson presidential pick will have the full attention and a preponderance of support amongst the FAMU community. I personally pledge to amplify the efforts of such a president and to use that unifying energy to increase the percentage of alumni donors. I know Common, K. Michelle, Roy Wood Jr., Rob Hardy, and many, many other influential alums who are opposed to Marva Johnson would support these efforts. People are tired of the vitriol, negativity, and divisiveness of politics on the national, state, and local level. Don't do anything that would create even a hint of politically tainted prospects. Because make no mistake, as tired as we are, a rattler, when backed against a wall and forced to fight for its own self-preservation, will strike like hell for its survival. Do not underestimate the passion of this community. We need a leader that will unite.
thank you. Rob Hardy, Amy Wheeler.
Mr. Hart,
Trustees, your vote will be talked.
Mr. Hardy, you're recognized.
Yes, my name is Rob Hardy, graduate of FAMU. And when I think of FAMU, I think about the power of it as a university and its legacy. And it's about excellence with caring. And we need someone, a president that is dedicated to embodying this motto. Somebody that can fight for, that has experience in collegiate level academics and research, so that way we can grow and innovate that program. Not just simply be able to compete, but to be able to thrive. A person that can support and inspire the faculty to be the best that they can be and to feel seen and heard, so that way they can feel innovative and excited about teaching our students. A person that understands how to support and guide and leverage our athletic partnerships, so that way we can raise the profile of our athletic departments and attract new top level athletes to our program. Also, a person that is able to fight for FAMU to be able to preserve the legacy of what that is on a state level, and also to be able to grow that nationally through its contacts, through its not only through his contacts, because it's not just important to have a seat at the table at the board within the legislature, but you want to be able to have somebody that truly understands how FAMU works and is excited about being able to make that grow. And most importantly, we need someone there that feels a relationship with the students and the student body. So then that way the students are able to be in a place where they can feel seen and heard and be able to have different programs that enable it to grow. And I know that right now, what's most important is to be able to make sure that the students feel safe while we're there. And as we talk about safety, right now we're at a time where sometimes because of all the things that are going on, we may not necessarily feel right voting our conscience. But I'm just telling you that we have a responsibility to protect FAMU and the legacy that it has. We need to put somebody in place that's going to make sure that the university grows. Sometimes it's easier to say, well, I'll just vote for a person that may be tied politically within the state. But what's going to be more important is to do something that's going to ultimately benefit the university. And I encourage you all to lean into the responsibility that you all have for FAMU. FAMU has given me my wife, my best friends, my business, and so many contacts. And people like myself across the nation are looking for more ways to feel galvanized to give back, not just with resources, but also with time, partnerships, relationships, etc. But we want somebody that's in place that we believe has the best interest of our FAMU community and respects the students, the faculty, and the wishes of the alumni. So we encourage you all as voters to vote that conscious and vote for the future of FAMU and not just what seems like the easy route. Vote for the most qualified academic person that's going to make our university survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Wheeler, followed by Michelle Sanders and Gabrielle Albert.
Ms. Wheeler, you're recognized.
Greetings, trustees. My name is Amy Elizabeth Allen Wheeler, FAMU class of 95. This question is directed to each trustee under the sound of my voice. As a third-generation Rattler and as the granddaughter of one of FAMU's oldest living alumni, I am here because I love FAMU's enduring legacy of excellence with caring. The question of the hour: will you be voting in favor of Marva Johnson as FAMU's next president? Yes or no? A decision to vote in favor of Marva Johnson reflects a reckless disregard for the stakeholders who have placed their trust in you. You may answer yes or no. Your silence speaks volumes today. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Sanders, Gabrielle Albert, followed by Marianne Brown. Gabrielle Albert. Thank you.
Good morning, trustees. So we're here today because impropriety was one of our concerns around our previous president. The reality and the facts that we know is in this presidential search, there still are potential concerns around impropriety because we do not know the full terms. There's no rubric for voting. But what we do know is very clear: the FAMU mission and what was stated by the Board of Trustees in what they were looking for in a president. The FAMU board and the FAMU mission says FAMU enhances the lives of its constituents and empowers communities through innovative teaching, research, scholarship partners, and public service. The constituents and the community have clearly spoken. Over 13,000 constituents, alumni, students came forward and clearly said no to Marva Johnson. Furthermore, what was posted by the board and what clearly says one of the requirements, a must requirement of this presidential search, is that the candidate must exhibit the highest level of integrity, earn and maintain public trust, and demonstrate transparency, ethical leadership, shared governance, and respect for free expression. As such, I urge you as the board to vote in honor of your constituents, to do your job, to remind yourself that nobody is bigger than FAMU. As board members, many of you are tied both business-wise and politically. That is not enough to uphold the mission of FAMU. It was just released that there is a deal between Charter Communications and Cox. Is that why Marva Johnson is here? Let's not give the public any more questions as to what is going on at FAMU. Maintain our legacy and do what our motto says, caring with excellence. And that caring with excellence means that you must vote for one of the other candidates. A vote for Marva Johnson clearly tells us that this board is not doing what's in right favor of its constituents. FAMU doesn't need any more bad press. This is a time for us to come together. The community has come together, and that rallying cry is in vote of Dr. Donald Palm. He is the candidate that will allow us to continue and to grow ourselves and to get us back to Humphrey Level's excellence. May I remind you that in 1997, FAMU was Princeton College of the Year. We beat out every university in this nation, not just public HBCUs, not just HBCUs, every university. It is time for us to get that back. And so for us to break into that level again, we need consistency, we need caring, and Dr. Donald Palm is the one to be able to do that. I urge you to do what is right so that we can move forward and usher FAMU into another level of caring with excellence.
Thank you. Marianne Brown, followed by Herthesia Sinclair and Tamia Sinclair. Tamia Sinclair. Maya Dennis.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for the time that you've given us to speak today during this meeting. Greetings, I am Mia Dennis, a second-year pre-law English scholar attending FAMU and from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Today, I just wanted to give commentary from a student's perspective, especially a current student in the middle of her studies on the way to law school, right? Having the next president is going to be a huge impact with seeing the freshman class incoming to FAMU and the alumni who have set such an incredible legacy for FAMU's history. The next president is somebody who should be able to encapsulate everything of FAMU, everything from the history to the now and the future. And one of the biggest things when looking at the candidates and attending the meetings, and while I may not be there in person, it's ever more important that I still see the process. So I thank you guys for making that process as transparent as possible. Now, in regards to the candidates, there are two candidates that on the analysis fell more short of experience in education. My grandmother has always taught me that education is the heart of everything. It's how we continue to pursue our passions and how we continue to educate the future. Being an educator is so much different than what people realize. Our president should be able to encapsulate what an educator is. The education system is not something that could be political. It cannot be something that is monetized. It is something for the students to continue preparing the future leaders. Now, there has been a lot of talk, so I'll address this one first regarding Marva Johnson. Regarding her background and doing my own research, Marva Johnson does not encapsulate the educational background necessary to lead the #1 public HBCU. This is something that we have to maintain as we continue to bring in new students, as we continue to bring in new rattlers, is that education is everything. Whereas there are other candidates such as Dr. Donald Palm or Gerald Hector who do have some understanding in education, who when they make decisions and they lead FAMU, they will always lead with the grace and understanding of this is an education system first, a government entity second. Marva Johnson has a lot of experience in governmental entities, and I think she'd be great in finance or any of those other sectors. But when it comes to Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University, from what I've learned since being here, you need to choose a candidate wisely in the favor of the alumni, the students, and other stakeholders within this institution on the basis of education, where this institution was founded in October 3rd, 1887. I thank you guys for your time, and I really appreciate you allowing me to speak. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. Miriam Brown. Dr. Carolyn Collins. Perhaps she's.
Am I muted? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, good morning.
You can hear me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Carolyn Collins, a graduate of the land grant of Florida Agricultural Mechanical University, resident of Tampa, Florida. One of the most glaring failures is the inability to safeguard the university president selection process. This process is vital to the future leadership and vision of our university, and any compromise in its integrity can have long-lasting repercussions. There have been numerous reports of undue influence, lack of transparency, inconsistent in the selection process, disrespect from my perspective to the third oldest FAMU DSO during the selection of committee members, some severe apparently confidentiality issues that reached a higher level, confirming absence of compliancy with your own approved protocol, and potential political intrusion. These are just some of the contemplations which have cast doubt on the legitimacy of the whole selection process. It's essential that we implement strenuous measures to protect this process and restore faith in our FAMU Board of Trustees, the SUS Board of Governors, the state legislators and leaders. We are all immersed in an interesting scenario like the US World and News Report #1 public HBCU and the #1 state university system in this nation. I would just like to say to you, that is not a place for, I call it the Ellison fiasco. A man speaks up as part of his fiduciary responsibility and he's dismissed. Welcomed Trustee Vasquez. 16 members, 16 item agenda, excuse me, and board of trustee members are not there. And when it comes time to make a discussion, sometimes people might be missing for some reason. Some people come in and ask questions, and some people come in just to vote. That's not what you should have, nor what you should want. The presidential search in the SUS system with its idiosyncrasies and unanswered questions. Everybody in the state of Florida and across the country have looked at New College. They looked at University of Florida. They're talking about University of West and so on. Please, not FAMU. In our SUSD recently that removed the search process out of the sunshine, maybe so.
Ms. Cummings Martin, we have reached the 15-minute limit for public comments. However, in accordance with Article 8.2 of the Board Operating Procedures, the board chair may grant additional time. This is a consequential decision by fiduciaries of this institution that will shape the destiny of Florida A&M University for years and generations to come. Therefore, public comment will be extended for an additional 25 minutes for those who have signed up. Ms. Martin, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, FAMU NAA President Curtis Johnson.
Good morning, Chair Harper, Vice Chair Gibbons, to the entire Board of Trustees. I'm Curtis Johnson, the 19th President of the FAMU National Alumni Association. I come to you this morning to share some information that is deeply concerning, but also where the alumni stand as the official purveyor of information and the voice of the alumni. I was honored to be a part of the search process. So I was there from the beginning representing the alumni. We held town halls to hear from alum and what they wanted to see when it came to the 13th president of Florida A&M University. And to the best of my ability, I performed those duties and worked through the process to derive where we are today. As a result of that, we've also surveyed the National Alumni Association members, the financial members, the people that commit not only their time, treasures, and talents, but their monies. And as a result of that, it was a resounding support of Dr. Donald Palm to be the 13th president of Florida A&M University. It's because he's been there, he's led, he understands what needs to be done to continue to elevate Florida A&M University. And so I would implore today, as you enter into your deliberations and evaluation of these candidates, that you strongly consider the voice of the FAMU National Alumni Association, which supports those students on our campus now and those students that are on the way to Florida A&M University. And we will always do that and advocate for Mother FAMU. This voice is resounding. This voice has communicated clearly who they support. And I am simply delivering that message on behalf of Rattlers, Rattler Nation, and the National Alumni Association and its board. I want to thank you for your time. But more importantly, I want to thank you for what you're going to do in making the right decision today when it comes to Florida A&M University. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Florida Region Vice President William Humans, Lynette Jones, and Ms. Monica Harris of the FAMU Foundation. Okay. And now we'll proceed with those who have requested to speak in person.
Wait. Excuse me, let's just make sure that everyone who has signed up online has been given the opportunity.
Pardon me?
I am here.
I am here as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Jones?
Good morning. I am Lynette Jones. I am a Humphrey Era Rattler graduate of the School of Business and Industry, hailing from the great city of Miami Gardens, Florida. I come before this body as a concerned and deeply invested member of the FAMU community. While I appreciate the considerable amount of time and effort the search committee dedicated to reviewing over 60 applicants for the position of university president, I must express my disappointment with the final selection of candidates brought forward for public consideration. It is disheartening to witness a 4-day interview process involving individuals who in many cases clearly lacked the qualifications necessary to lead an institution of FAMU's stature and legacy. The sheer number of interviews felt excessive and frankly unnecessary, given that only 2 candidates, Gerald Hector and Dr. Donald Palm, presented themselves as generally qualified and capable of advancing the university's mission and vision. The extended process placed a significant burden on the public, alumni, faculty, staff, and students who invested their time, attention, and hopes into these proceedings. Moreover, the financial and logistical resources expended over the 4 days could have been reduced to just 2 days, especially in these times when prudent stewardship of university funds is more ever important. Gerald Hector's presence, energy, experience, vision, internal knowledge of the SUS system, and understanding our unique issues makes him a great candidate for FAMU president. Dr. Donald Palm exhibits the same. However, he will need to not accept the current status quo, but guide us to new heights and a new legacy. I urge this Board of Trustees to make a decision for FAMU and its constituents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to working with our new president.
Thank you. Ms. Monica Harris, followed by Kennedy Williams.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Monica Williams Harris. I am a 1998 graduate of the School of Business Industry and a life member of the NAA. And as Ms. Cummings indicated, I also currently sit on the FAMU Foundation. I deliberated whether to say anything publicly because I know that speaking out may challenge and may put my continued service on the foundation in jeopardy, but this particular situation and issue is much too important for me to remain silent. I watched each of the interviews of the 4 candidates very intently this week, watched all day, and I kept an objective and open mind to listen, to ensure that to listen to what the candidates said, to listen to their presentations. Despite my reservations about a particular candidate, I did go into listening to the interviews with an open mind. And while I have my personal preference about who I believe should serve as the 13th president of Florida A&M University, one thing was abundantly clear at the end of that 4-day process, and that is that Marva Johnson is not ready to lead this institution. Not only did she not meet the objective criteria that this trustee board set out, but she also, when she interviewed, it was very clear that she was not prepared for the questions that were asked. She did not come with detailed plans. She came with concepts of a plan. She did not come with facts or did not have information about certain facts that you could obviously research online. What she said was she'd have conversations with people. As trustees, each of you all has a legal duty. There are 3: duty of care, duty of loyalty, and duty of obedience. I suggest that the hiring of Ms. Johnson would be a breach of your duty of care. 13,000 people, alumni, students, and community members have stated loudly that they do not believe that she is the person that should lead this institution. Your responsibility as trustees and the duty of care is to always work in the best interest of the college. I've heard from numerous alumni that have indicated that if she is hired, they will pull back their support, financial support of this institution. And each of you all know that in order for us to remain in the top 100 and to elevate in the top 100, alumni give rates is critical. So I would ask that as you all deliberate today and have discussions, that you take a firm look at each of the candidates and be honest about whether or not the presentations that were presented before you this week, if she is the best candidate to come forward and lead this institution. I think if you are honest about your assessment and don't yield to political pressure, that you will realize that she is not the right person at this time to lead this institution. I thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Thank you, Ms. Williams Harris. Kennedy Williams. She's in person, and we will proceed with the remainder of names seeking in-person comment.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Kennedy Williams, and I have the distinguished honor and pleasure of serving as the Student Body Vice President here at Florida A&M and a third-generation Rattler. Today, I stand before you, not as a student leader, but as a voice for the thousands of Rattlers who walk this hill with purpose, pride, and hope of a brighter future. I ask that you, moving forward with your decision, you choose a presidential candidate who embodies the very excellence of our university's motto of excellence with caring. We, the students, are calling for a leader who brings not only the qualifications and experience needed to run this university, but a deep and unwavering commitment to the legacy and future of our HBCU. Someone who just doesn't understand the mission of FAMU, but lives it. A leader who recognizes that our institution is more than just a business venture. It is a cultural cornerstone, a beacon for Black excellence, and a sanctuary for innovation, scholarship, and resilience. The foundation has been laid by visionary presidents that exemplify integrity and caring. Thomas DeSalle Tucker, Nathan B. Young, J.R.E. Lee, William H. Gray Jr., George W. Gore, Benjamin L. Perry Jr., Walter L. Smith, Frederick L. Humphreys, Fred Gaines, James H. Amons, Elmira Magnum, and Larry Robinson. Each of them stood tall in moments that require courage, compassion, and conviction. Now it is time for us to continue that legacy by selecting a leader who will rise to this moment, someone who will honor our past, meet the challenges of the present, and shape the future with bold, transformative leadership. I ask that you take the students' views into account, that you represent our student body, our alumni, the legacies of our fellow presidents, past presidents, and I ask that you choose a presidential candidate who embodies what it means to serve with excellence, with caring, with integrity, and on behalf of the Black student body here at Florida A&M University. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, alumna Juanita Moore.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Juanita Moore, a 1975 graduate of Florida A&M University. My husband, our two daughters, and both of their husbands are graduates of FAMU. The role of university president is complex, balancing needs for academics, research standards, community outreach, athletic success. We need a leader who can manage the political climate, state funding, and stakeholder engagement issues while recruiting and retaining the best faculty and staff to serve the students in excellence. The next university president must meet the needs of today while creating a vision for FAMU's future. The leader must have a proven track record in higher education, HBCU leadership experience, the ability to engage strategic partners who support the university's mission, and charisma to lead the community and build relationships. We need a leader to build upon the successes and notoriety FAMU has attained in academics, research, and athletics. We need an inspirational leader who encourages and empowers faculty and staff. In short, we need a leader with the vision, dedication, and skills to continue to move this institution forward. The eyes of the world are watching. The students are looking to you to speak for them and their future. As alumni, we are looking to you to ensure our beloved institution is around for another 137 years and beyond. I am an active life member of the FAMU National Alumni Association, and I support the candidate the organization endorsed. I pray that each of you will have the strength and courage to vote for the right candidate that will also unify us as a community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Elijah Hooks, followed by Foundation Board Member Chiquisa Kidd.
Thank you, Board. It is an honor to be able to stand before you today as a student and also a Rattler who started the change.org petition, which has garnered over 13,000 signatures and supporters. And of course, the board is going to do what they want to do today. Of course, you have your own political allegiances and want to maintain your political power on certain issues. So I understand that point because one day I'll be in office politically and hopefully have to maybe do some things you have to do. But some concerns that I do have is immediately after the protest, I received a letter, and as many of you saw, the police department tried to escort me out. I received a letter from Dr. Hudson. I'm basically saying I was suspended from campus, stating I'm not allowed to come on campus, not allowed to be anywhere near FAMU's campus. And just coming from a little small town called Chipley, making out the backwoods and dirt roads of Washington County, not having too many people or experiences, but FAMU, I have continued to fight for this university, and continually I have been harassed and demeaned and belittled by not only my dean, my chair, and then to attempt to continue to fight and then receive a letter of suspension from this university is a shame. I really love FAMU. I don't pose any threats. And even after this, I have to leave this building because I'm only allowed to be here because it's a public meeting. So I just hope that the next president that you recognize that I don't come from a big city, Atlanta, Miami, Palm Beach. I come from a city that's literally 3,000 people. I represent 0.01% of this university. And to face some of the things I have faced and experienced at the university is disheartening. And I don't know what else to do, but unfortunately, at this point, I don't know if I want to leave FAMU or continue to go, but I want a president that represents all students and that represents the true student voices, and that will unsuspend me from this university and understand that we may have differences in the way you think about things and students that want to challenge you, because at the end of the day, it's the customer service aspect and they serve us and not the other way around. My tuition may not fully go to pay someone's full salary, but it does go to pay a little bit of someone's salary. So if the respect that we give them as students, they should have the same respect as us and understand that we don't deserve to be treated unfairly. We don't deserve to be belittled when we try to bring ideas up or try to bring things that will change this university. But that's continually what I have experienced. I've experienced people to say little things behind my back, send emails to people, try to make it seem like I'm a threat to this university, when all I've done to represent this university, whether it been working for FSA, whether it been being elected to the DNC, being the only student elected to the Democratic National Convention to elect Vice President Kamala Harris, whether it been serving as a community redevelopment commissioner before I came here, serving on the state executive committee of the Democratic Party, good things I felt like would represent our university well. But time and time again, my chair, my dean, and university leadership have continued to belittle and demean me, and now have caused me here to suffer a suspension because I wanted to protest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chikisa Kidd. That is the final request for comment.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Harper, esteemed trustees, FAMU community, and a warm welcome to Trustee Vasquez. You probably noticed I had remarks that I was going to read, but this last student comment is making me put that away. I think what we are witnessing this week after a very long week, I flew down here from DC specifically because this week is so critical. The next president of Florida A&M University has to be someone to coalesce the stakeholders. First and most importantly, our students. We have seen too many acts of people trying to silence the voices of our community and our students. A suspension for trying to protest, a removal of a trustee for having a voice of dissent, to have encouraged governance and debate around a particular issue that is of concern is alarming. We have to, trustees, exert your fiduciary duties to select someone with care and under the guise that this universities and their students are the most important thing that we need to protect. I came here, I have witnessed very closely and intently all of the interviews, the Q&A sessions with faculty, staff, and students, the alumni and community engagement events. It is obvious, I have very much appreciation for all four candidates. They all have different strengths. I really appreciated Dr. Allen's commitment as a fellow local to our community and our culture. As a former investment banker, I appreciated Mr. Hector's attention to detail around fiscal sustainability. But are those visions for a future with an actionable plan? There were two candidates that stood out and garnered the most attention. Those were Ms. Marva Johnson and Dr. Donald Palm. I was disturbed by some of the answers or non-answers that we received from Ms. Johnson. I appreciate her. We had great one-on-one interactions. She has a stellar background in government affairs and legal background, but she just does not understand HBCU culture. And more importantly, she does not understand what it is entailed of running a university of our caliber. She's not a qualified candidate. You've heard that time and time again. What I witnessed with Dr. Palm was remarkable in terms of his connection with the faculty and staff, as well as the students. that empathy, that sort of dedication to our mission, in addition to his credentials around higher education, in addition to the results and the actionable plan that he presented, make him the best candidate. I hope that you understand the importance of what we're seeing with our students and our alumni. But what we just witnessed with our prior student is completely unacceptable. And I hope that you take this further to figure out what happened there and reverse his suspension. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I do want to thank each person who has signed up for public comment and provided public comment. And I have to take a point of personal privilege. I'm emotional right now because no student, we live in a country of First Amendment rights. Civil discourse is part of the principles of what we promote in the state of Florida and across this country. And I will be following up with President Beard to investigate this matter immediately. Period.
100%.
And I am sorry, Mr. Hooks has unfortunately been escorted out. And I don't know why. It's not acceptable to harass, discriminate, intimidate, or manipulate anyone, especially our students. Without students, this university would not be here. And I'm going to move forward.
Madam Chair, may I speak, please?
You're recognized, Trustee Ross.
I agree with your perspective, and I would ask that we ask Dr. Beard for feedback directly to this board immediately. I don't know all the circumstances, but I would like to better understand them, because whether we agree with the point of view or not, any individual should be able to speak their piece on our campus.
Certainly. We will now move forward with the agenda. Is there a motion to approve
So moved.
the April 24th agenda?
So moved. Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. At this time, I'd like to share unreadiness and a request that the details of the presidential search update be updated in the record and in the meeting minutes. Specifically, the fact that there was a friendly amendment to pause and not suspend the presidential search, which was accepted by the maker of the motion, as well as calling out the compensation study that had not yet been completed at the time of the last meeting. So I would ask that that be reflected in the meeting minutes. Is there any additional unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, please show by the sign of aye.
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 Those opposed? The motion carries. We'll now move to the presidential range of compensation. Board of Governors Regulation 1.002B, Presidential Search and Selection, states that after the search committee is formed, the Board of Trustees or its designee shall obtain an executive compensation analysis that encompasses all components: salary, benefits, bonuses, and all other forms of remuneration, and that takes into consideration compensation paid to the president, presidents of peer institutions, as well as other relevant factors such as market trends, the available qualified pool, and relevant competition for candidates, from which the search committee will establish a range of compensation that will be submitted to the Board of Trustees for approval and use by the Board of Trustees or its designee in negotiating the employment contract with the final candidate. Trustee Gibbons, you're recognized to present the range of compensation.
Madam Chair, after much consideration in the search firm as well as other folks, they did a compensation study that showed that the range of compensation, I think, was from $450,000 to over $1 million. And this would make it commensurate with the range that exists within the current SUS system, as well as other R2 and R2 universities and HBCUs. While Our range was a little bit higher related to some of the HBCUs that were sister institutions. A lot of factors were considered in terms of how we got to the range. After a long meeting, the selection committee came to the 50 to 75 percentile, so they did not go to the top of the compensation range and landed at $500,000 to $750,000.
Thank you, Trustee Gibbons. I do have one clarification. The range was from 450,000 to 750,000. I think you said $500,000.
I'm sorry, yes. The range that they landed on was 450 to 750.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Your previous statements were correct.
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to correct
You're correct.
$500,000 for the.
I thought I may have
residents.
said the other one wrong too.
No,
so I'm sorry.
450,000 to
Yes,
750,000.
ma'am. Correct. That's correct.
Are there any questions or concerns? Yeah. Trustee Brown, you're recognized, followed by Trustee Bryant.
Hello, Chair Harper, would this be the appropriate time for comments relative to that?
Yes, this is the time for questions or comments.
Okay. I wanted to make a comment to the board relative to consistency. I think that when we look at consistency, I want to be supportive of what we're doing because I do believe that we need the resources to pay a president because it's competitive. And I think like Trustee Gibbons just said, we're talking about with the SUS. I want to be just kind of direct. We are choosing to cherry pick who we pay based on what, and it's not fair to the employees of the university. We pay the president something related to SUS peers, and we do a compensation study for faculty and staff. We completely leave out the FAMU DRS family, and we have a study that did not include most SUS schools. There are 12 schools in the state, and we left out the majority of them. A lot of schools in the compensation study for faculty and staff did not even have the professional school programs that we offer. So we lowballed them, and we cherry picked small schools to make their salaries lower. And now we're going to pick a presidential salary based on SUS. So what I would ask in being positive, what I would ask in being proactive, what I would ask looking forward is that we use these same exact schools for compensation for the faculty and staff and for groups like our academic advisors who have different pay scales in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. Trustee Bryant, you're recognized.
It seems as though it's been stated time and time again that this compensation package is incomprehensive of all of the the university state systems that we had already discussed prior. But also, I just wanted to be noted that it makes sense that we continue to keep a precedence where we're inching closer to ensuring that the salary for our presidents and for our leadership, like in increments, gets higher. It doesn't make sense that our past presidents have reached a salary. I believe Dr. Larry Robinson had the highest at around 500,000. I don't understand how did we get to a 750,000 marker, especially considering that this is not comprehensive of all university systems. So I would urge that we go towards the tighter end or closer to the marker that we've already seen with our presidents, because as stated before, we don't need to increase exponentially this salary if we're not going to do that for all the other leadership that helps and supports this school.
That don't make no sense. She preaching. None of these Bamas have been presidents before. So why am I paying you $700,000? You're not a former president. You're not a former university president. Why am I paying you $600,000 to $700,000? You should be underneath Larry. That's what you should be. All these members should be at
Thank
400.
you. Are there any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the range of compensation of $450,000 to $750,000.
So move, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve the compensation range of $450,000 to $750,000. Is there any unreadiness? Seeing none, all those in favor, please show by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion carries.
No, this is crazy work right now. This is crazy.
Next agenda item is the discussion and selection of final candidates. Our final order of business and is to select a final qualified candidate under the position criteria as president-elect for recommendation to the Board of Governors for confirmation. Just by way of one matter of housekeeping, BOG Regulation 1.002 requires the Board of Trustees or its designee with the assistance of the executive search firm to ensure that I'm getting some feedback, okay. Let me start that again. BOG Regulation 1.002 requires that the Board of Trustees or its designee with the assistance of the executive search firm to ensure that a preliminary criminal, financial, education, and professional background check is conducted for final applicants to interview with the Board of Trustees and to conduct additional screenings or reference checks related to the information relevant to the position criteria. Myers-McRae completed these preliminary checks of all 4 finalists, and our university conducted additional checks consistent with standard employment practices. The search firm and university have informed me that the background checks were clean and summaries of the reference checks were also provided. I want to thank the candidates for the extensive time they devoted to this search process and for their interest in the presidential role at FAMU. I'd also like to take a point of personal privilege on behalf of the board to extend our deepest gratitude to every staff member who has supported this week's events. It has been arduous. It has been tedious. I am beyond sleep deprived, but for the love of FAMU. So I want to thank our IT team, our Office of General Counsel, our president's staff, Mr. I don't want to call names, but those who have facilitated the campus visits, our media team, and everyone who has supported this endeavor, and certainly to trustees. I also want to thank all of the stakeholders who have engaged in this important process, whether in person, whether online, whether watching a replay, whether completing a feedback form. Speaking of feedback forms, we asked stakeholders to provide feedback on the presidential search website. As you know, there was very little time in between the last on-campus event last night that ended just before 7 p.m. and this morning's meeting. Therefore, I asked our IT team to leverage AI to summarize the feedback that has been generated from literally hundreds of respondents. And I want to personally thank Mr. Greg Spates for burning the midnight oil to provide that summary. The materials were posted on the presidential search website this morning and are also under the BOT meeting materials. And I'm going to be pulling those up at this time since there has not been a lot of time to review this content, and I will be sharing just the highlights of the summaries. Let me share my screen. And Robert, would you help me for just a moment? Thank you. Give me just a moment, please. Good idea. Trustee Perry just made a great suggestion to take a brief break. So let us take let's take a 14-minute break
A
and
14-minute
reconvene
break.
at 10:20. Thank you.
A 14-minute break. Who that 14? That's such a random number. Okay. Okay. I just got back from my meeting, so I caught the back half of the public opinions and speaks. But I'm gonna open the call lines up 518-263-8124, 518-263-8124. If you want to call in and give your opinions of how far this meeting is going forward. Listen, what doesn't make sense to me, and I'm gonna keep saying it, it's the same thing I say about HBCU coaches. The same thing I say. I keep the same opinion across all landscapes and all boards. There's no reason why people should be getting paid for a job they cannot do or haven't proven that they can do. And it's too many times.
There is one other participant in the conference. All participants are muted.
There's too many times in the HBCU arena and in PWIs, let's just keep it a buck, that people are getting paid for things they haven't, like none of these guys have been presidential candidates. How are you getting paid more than Larry Robinson? Larry Robinson is what brought you out the dark ages and got you as a #1 public institution, got you all this research funding, got all this stuff. And then they get to come in and live off and step into money that I don't get that, man. And then people are like, oh, that's the market rate, Scotty. Like, no. Do you deserve that? That's the real question. Do you deserve that? That's the market cap, right? It's like North Carolina A&T paying Gibbs $300,000. You don't deserve that. You haven't done anything. It's the same thing. Same thing. Listen, Chennis Berry, South Carolina State. He didn't deserve $300,000. He didn't deserve to get paid more than Buddy Pugh. It's too many times that we see this in the landscape. It's just people just getting overpaid for what? I don't get it. JB, coming to you.
Morning, Scotty. How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Yes, sir. Thank you for carrying this live, man. I will say this, based on what I saw, I did see basically almost everyone spell out why MAGA Marva, whatever you guys call her, should not be president of this school. It was spelled out plain as day. I will say this, though, a couple things. Number one, 14 minutes is a long time. This is when the backroom deals and the politicking starts to occur. Hopefully, we get a favorable outcome after this. But I will also say this, otherwise I'm going to hang up on this note. Everyone's getting involved in this now, which is great. I hope that this involvement leads to increased involvement from alumni of all our schools in general. I hope this leads to increase in donor giving. I hope this leads to alumni giving back and not just sitting there waiting for something to jump off before people start getting concerned again. So hopefully this is a call to arms. And then also, last thing is, I hope this also leads to us getting more involved in who is running for our elected offices, in these cases, more or less governors, because you got to remember something. It's not just about voting people into office. It's also about voting people out of office too. So hopefully this is a lesson in politics and in civics. Make sure that we're all involved in every single stage. That's all I got, man.
Appreciate it, JB.
Thank you.
All right. Let me bring this up real quick. Mr. Campbell just sent me this. I'm gonna get back to the meeting when it comes back on, so you guys don't have to worry. But I want to bring up this chart that has the opinions of everybody on. This is what the AI said. All right, so this is how many people voted for the feedback. This is for Marva Johnson, JD. Right? The overall tone of responses is overwhelmingly negative and critical. Across all groups, there is a strong sense of skepticism, disappointment, and even urgency to protect FAMU's traditions and futures. While a minority of responses recognize the candidate's professional accomplishments and potential for external engagement, the dominant sentiment is one of distrust and opposition, with many expressing that the candidate does not align with the university's needs or expectations of its diverse stakeholders. That is the response of most of the alumni feedback. Mr. Campbell, coming to you.
Scotty, even the damn AI knows that she ain't shit. Excuse my language. Even the AI knows it. That is the thing, and that's why I'm glad you read that. I'm not going to stay on here long because I'm just processing this, but this is the reason why I'm so glad everybody's able to see exactly what is going on. Because man, when you got people, and like I said, I love Will Packer and Robert, but the thing that I love the most, that a young man, a student from Chipley, Florida, I think he said.
Yeah.
3,000 people. That is what our HBCUs are about. That young man, that's called good trouble. That is called good trouble. And for him to stand up and put his legacy, where they have kicked him out of school, suspended him, lets you know that this woman, do you think this young man would put his academic life on the line if he did not feel that she was the right person or the wrong person in this situation? That lets you know. And see, this is what is so great. He historically is honoring the elders. Because without the John Lewises in them, because that's what they told John Lewis, Scotty, don't you do that. That's where the phrase good trouble comes from. So this is the thing that is crazy, that we have got to a point, and Dr. Hudson, I'm disappointed that you would think to do this, to put this young man where he's at tears, brought tears to my eyes.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. So I'm gonna leave one thing. MAGA Marva said, we want to use AI. Well, AI has spoken, Marva, and told you about yourself. So Scotty, like I said, I'm gonna call back. You know, me and you will process what's going on. I got a lot of heavy hitters that want to come on and things like that. But you know, we'll see what happens here, man. But I want to say this to everybody in the chat. I appreciate everybody taking the time to watch it. And if you got somebody from FAMU, I don't care if they don't go to FAMU, that's HC, you need to have them watch this. Because see, it's FAMU today, it was Jackson State yesterday, it was Tennessee State 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
This is not just FAMU. They're coming for all of us. So like I say, man, thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Ms. Campbell. Bridges, coming to you.
Yo, what's up, Scotty?
What's up, B?
What's up, man? Stu, just to piggyback off Mr. Campbell, that's crazy that you go to a school that you love, that you cherish, and everything, and it just bites you back in the butt off of people not doing you right or even understanding what you're doing for the school is history in the making. Like, that's, man, I don't even know how to put it into words, because like that's just crazy that FAMU, you would think FAMU would never do something like that. But it's not in FAMU, it's the people that's in place at FAMU that did that today.
Yeah.
And that's sick. That is sick. Like me personally, I know me. I 9 times out of 10, I want to bring my kid to FAMU, regardless of what's going on. If an anomaly happen and I get a basketball player, football player, you go D1, get your money, son, because we trying to eat. But at the end of the day, I want you to go to FAMU, regardless of what's going on. And I wouldn't want to put my son in a situation if he protests and he gets suspended, and he's a well student, he make A's and B's, and he's trying to go the right way. I wouldn't want to put no kid in a situation like that.
That's fair.
Because I know you as far as a father. No, my dad, hey, fight for what you believe in. You can protest. It's free. It's in the law to protest. You can protest. You can speak freely the way you want to.
Fact.
And you got consequences for speaking freely. That's totally messed up. Like, I know everybody feels some type of way about that. And I don't know about these damn 14 minutes. That's too long to be cooking up some nonsense. That's how I feel. Some family foolishness about to go on for some 14 minutes, because I'm pretty sure it don't take that long just to pull up some PowerPoints or some pictures or something like that. So I don't know what they got going on with these 14 minutes, man.
Hey, appreciate the call, though, B. 7743 coming to you, Mr. Martin.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. How you doing?
Doing good, man. This is a travesty and it's very frustrating to see. I live here in Tallahassee. I have graduates of Florida A&M, and actually my wife works there. But I will go ahead and tell you that this is a test model for other HBCUs and throughout the entire state. I mean, throughout the country. I want you to understand that within the state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis has made it a law in regards to protesting. He's made it difficult for people to have a voice. He's moved the a protest away from capitals in like 2 or 3 blocks. And if in fact you are arrested, they will give you a 2nd-degree felony on
Wow.
protesting, which is crazy within itself. But this is what the MAGA
Agenda.
Republicans have
Yeah.
done. At one point in time, during my era growing up, we used to be able to protest outside of people houses or neighborhood with signs, and but collectively just voicing our opinions. Ron DeSantis and this administration has made it a crime to have a voice. I tuned in late, and I'm trying to get an understanding of what happened with the student speaking, but I'm sure I will get a follow-up. But I want all of those who are listening to understand it's FAMU today, but it could be your school tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, Mr. Martin. Thank you so much. Listen, listen, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. It's tough, man. It's tough to see this, as much as Black people have done in this country to get our freedoms and equal rights, and it's all come from civil disobedience, and to now have that in the Constitution as a First Amendment, and then still getting it taken away is just absolutely asinine. But again, voting has consequences, and not voting has consequences, right? So it's a very slippery slope when you start moving that needle and talking about all the things that have transpired to get to this point right here, right now. But hopefully the Board of Trustees do not have their own personal agendas and will do what is right for FAMU and not for what is right for their pockets. But I'll tell you this, from what I've heard, I've heard it's not looking too good for MAGA Marva not being the president at FAMU. So that's just what I've heard. But hopefully things change. God works in mysterious ways. But all you can hope and pray is that, at the end of the day, MAGA Marva is not FAMU's president. Positive. Also, man, appreciate you guys for tuning in. Glad I could do this for you all. Make sure you like the stream. All right. Make sure you like the stream. It's the least you could do. I reached out to Elijah Hooks on Twitter. So hopefully he gets back with me and maybe after the presidential election, after the vote, we can have him on to talk about his circumstances and what had transpired and him being suspended from FAMU. And I'm going to just say this. And again, I'm not an academic scholar. You know what I'm saying? I'm not any of that. But is it time for these public HBCUs to go private? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Is it time for HBCUs to all be private institutions? That's all I'm asking. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not no academic scholar. I ain't that. I ain't that. But, when you're private, you do as you see fit. You move how you see fit. You know what I'm saying? That's just, it's just, my little 2 cents. This is my little 2 cents. I'm just saying. Just saying. As you ask the question, pull up the board. No, that's definitely facts. That's definitely facts. That board is all jacked up, private or not. Schools can't supplement that funding, but Claflin does it. I mean, there's private schools that do it all the time, so I'm confused. Are there not private schools that do it all the time? Claflin does it. Howard's different, but they do it. You know what I'm saying? Spelman does it. Morehouse does it. I mean, they're private institutions. I'm just, you know, just a thought. Like I said, I'm no academic scholar. You know. So, you know. Hey, listen. Again, you can't have it both ways. Okay? You can't have it both ways. You can't want to be cheap and then at the same time complain about how the government is all in your business. It just, something's got to give. You see what I'm saying? Like, yes, I get it, right? Oh, Scotty, like, yeah, the private tuition is gonna, okay, yeah, but which one would you rather? Do you want the white man in your business, or do you not want the white man in your business, or do you want the white man in your business? Very simple, right? If you want the white man in your business, state funding. If you don't want the white man in your business, private. Very simple. So that's all I'm saying. So again, I'm no academic scholar, so don't listen to me. It was just a thought. Just a thought. Yeah, this definitely passed this definitely passed 14 minutes. Boy, they in there doing something. Being funny with the munyon, funny with the money. Oh, snap. All right, I'll show the results of the other candidates. Hopefully, I'm gonna go with my guy first. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with Hector. That's my guy. All right. So hopefully, is this Hector? Yeah, this is Hector. All right. Overall tone, collective tone of this is Hector. Collective tone of responses lean cautiously positive with notable variations among groups. Alumni in these other category were enthusiastic, supportive, while staff maintained a positive but measured outlook. Student responses reflected a neutral stance, and faculty feedback skewed toward neutral to negative, despite the concerns raised about academic credentials and leadership breadth. There is a general sense of optimism about the candidate's potential to address the university's financial, and that's it. All right, that is Hector, and I will bring up Palm. Is this Palm? All right, it's Palm. All right, overall, the tone of responses is constructive and leans towards the positive, While there are clear concerns and challenges identified by each group, the feedback is generally forward-looking and solution-oriented. Respondents express pride in their roles and a commitment to the institution's mission. Even as they acknowledge the hurdles that need to be addressed, the balanced feedback suggests a healthy organizational culture that values both celebration of achievement. I think most of the board is a DeSantis pick. That was a long 14 minutes. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, thank you. We will now resume the meeting, and I will ask the IT team to share the feedback form for our first presidential candidate. What we will do is I will give a brief overview of what AI produced. This is a combination of the 3 questions that were asked of each candidate as it relates to, you'll see those questions in here. And then secondly, based on the feedback analysis, we also asked, the prompt included comparing that to the position criteria that this board approved. So very quickly, we'll go through in alphabetical order and in the same order in which each finalist visited campus. Dr. Rondell Allen, there were a total of 112 responses, and you can see the composition there. And you can scroll down, I will read the summary, overall summary. Across all groups, the candidate is recognized for his strong institutional ties, leadership quality, and vision for FAMU's future. Alumni are the most supportive, emphasizing his legacy and potential to bring positive change. Faculty are cautiously optimistic, balancing his strengths with concerns about experience. Students are more critical, focusing on engagement and preparedness. Overall tone. The general sentiment is positive, especially among alumni and faculty, but tempered by clear concerns about experience and readiness. Student skepticism lowers the overall tone to cautiously positive. The next section is feedback summary by role. We will be skipping that for time, but you can certainly peruse that information. And if the IT team can move down to summary of question 1, I will just be reading the top lines that you see in bold. The first question is, what are the candidate's strengths? Deep connection to FAMU and HBCU mission, academic and administrative experience, professionalism and integrity, communication and relationship building, student-centered focus, vision and innovation. As you can see, the feedback in question 1 paints a picture of a candidate who is deeply connected to FAMU, experienced in academic administration, and committed to professionalism, communication, and student success. The responses also highlight his vision for the future and his ability to innovate while emphasizing the importance of integrity and relationship building leadership style. Question 2, what concerns, if any, do you have about the candidate in this role? Lack of presidential and large-scale leadership experience, financial management and fundraising, political and external relations, communication and responsiveness, institutional fit and understanding, accountability and decision-making. As you can see, the concerns in question 2 reflect a desire for a candidate with proven executive experience, strong financial and political acumen, and the ability to communicate a clear, bold vision for FAMU. The feedback also highlights the importance of institutional fit, accountability, and responsiveness to stakeholder needs. Question 3, what other observations or comments do you wish to share about this candidate? Readiness and suitability for the presidency, vision, communication, and engagement, political and external relations, financial management and fundraising, institutional fit and understanding, accountability, decision-making, and team building. Thank you. I was scrolling too fast. As we move through these responses, it's clear that the FAMU community is looking for a president who combines executive experience, visionary leadership, political acumen, and a deep understanding of the university's unique culture. The feedback in question 3 underscores both the candidate's potential and significant gaps that must be addressed for success in this critical role. Finally, the next set of analysis was based on the following objectives. How does the feedback and overall responses deliver against the objectives, and what are the gaps? I'm not going to go through this in detail, but we will skip to the bottom, excuse me, and read the final summary. And this is where it was, the feedback was summarized based on the position criteria. The feedback suggests that while the candidate meets basic qualifications, there are some substantial gaps between their current experience level and the requirements of the position, particularly in areas of executive leadership, financial management, and external relations. That concludes the high-level feedback for finalist Allen. Next, we will move to the high-level feedback for finalist Hector.
You see them teeth come out, you know, that's a girl.
There were 137 respondents. As you can see, nearly half from alumni. I will read the overall summary. The candidate received mixed feedback across university stakeholder groups. His strong financial background and visionary leadership qualities were consistently praised, particularly by alumni and staff. His experience across multiple higher education institutions and knowledge of university operations were seen as valuable assets. However, several concerns emerged, primarily from faculty, regarding his lack of a terminal degree and questions about the transition from CFO to president. Students and some staff expressed interest in his financial expertise while questioning his readiness for broader leadership responsibilities beyond financial management. The candidate's ability to communicate effectively and his understanding of university operations were noted as positives, though his experience leading a land grant institution was questioned. Overall tone. The collective tone of the responses leans cautiously positive, with notable variations among groups. Alumni and those in the other category were enthusiastically supportive, while staff maintained a positive but measured outlook. Student responses reflected a neutral stance, and faculty feedback skewed toward neutral to negative. Despite the concerns raised about academic credentials and leadership breadth, there is a general sense of optimism about the candidate's potential to address the university's financial and operational challenges, though tempered by questions about his readiness for the full scope of presidential responsibilities. We will again skip to the next section. Let me go there. Okay. Question 1, what are the candidate's strengths? Lack of terminal degree in academic credentials, limited experience as a university president or leader, overemphasis on financial background, fit for the institution and its culture, concerns about academic leadership and vision, general reservations and alternative suggestions. We're going to skip. Are we? I believe that may have, that summary question may have been tied to the question number 2 and not strengths. The next one, what concerns, if any, do you have about the candidate in this role? Academic qualifications and scholarly leadership, transition from financial to presidential leadership, HBCU experience and cultural understanding, student success and development, community and external relations, administrative and operational leadership, strategic vision and innovation, faculty and staff development, institutional growth and development, diversity, equity, and inclusion. This analysis reveals that while some respondents expressed no concerns, those who did raise issues focused on a broad range of leadership aspects beyond financial management. The concerns reflect the complex nature of university leadership and the high expectations stakeholders have for a presidential candidate at an R2 HBCU institution. And looking at these questions, regardless of what the question was in the feedback survey, this is what the summary was. So I do think that it was appropriately captured. Question 3, what other observations or comments do you wish to share about this candidate? Suitability for the presidential role, communication and public presence, understanding of university culture and mission, readiness for immediate challenges, stakeholder engagement and relationship building, long-term vision and institutional advancement. As we can see, the feedback in question 3 reflects a wide range of thoughtful concerns and expectations. Respondents are looking for a leader who not only brings financial expertise, but also demonstrates comprehensive leadership, cultural understanding, strong communication, and a compelling vision for the university's future. Before we go to the final summary at the bottom, can we go back to question 1? I don't believe that I read the summary for question 1. I want to be consistent in everything that we do, if there was a summary there. Okay. As we can see, the concerns raised in question 1 are wide-ranging and reflect deep consideration of the candidate's fit for the presidency. The feedback highlights both specific qualifications and broader issues of leadership, vision, and institutional culture. And now we can go to the very bottom that summarizes the alignment with the position criteria. Summary conclusion. While the candidate brings exceptional strength in financial management and operations, the critical gaps in academic leadership and significant gaps in external relations present substantial risk to successful leadership of the institution. The absence of a terminal degree, combined with limited experience in key presidential responsibilities beyond finance, suggests a meaningful misalignment with the comprehensive requirements of the role. These gaps would require significant support structures and rapid development to mitigate institutional risk. We will now move to the third candidate and finalist.
Here we go.
Marva Johnson, JD. There were 802 responses, with 74% represented by alumni, the largest composition of feedback. Overall summary, the feedback from all user roles, alumni, students, faculty, staff, community members, and others, reveals a clear and consistent pattern in the evaluation of the presidential candidate. Respondents frequently acknowledge the candidate's strengths in business, legal, and community leadership, as well as her strategic vision and ability to build partnerships. However, these positive attributes are consistently overshadowed by widespread concern about her lack of higher education leadership experience, limited familiarity with FAMU's unique culture and mission, and strong political affiliations. Many respondents also question her preparedness, depth of understanding, and authenticity, expressing fears that her leadership could jeopardize the university's legacy and values. Overall tone. The overall tone of the responses is overwhelmingly negative and critical. Across all groups, there is a strong sense of skepticism, disappointment, and even urgency to protect FAMU's traditions and future. While a minority of responses recognize the candidate's professional accomplishments and potential for external engagement, the dominant sentiment is one of distrust and opposition, with many expressing that the candidate does not align with the university's needs or the expectations of its diverse stakeholders. Question 1, what are the candidate's strengths? Business and professional experience, political and community connections, leadership and personal qualities, vision and innovation, resource development potential, professional credentials. This analysis shows that while there are significant concerns about the candidate's fit for the role, there are also recognized strengths, particularly in areas of external engagement, business acumen, and professional leadership. However, it's worth noting that many responses indicated none or limited when asked about strengths, and the positive attributes mentioned were often qualified with concerns about their relevance to higher education leadership. The strengths identified tend to cluster around external facing capabilities, such as business, politics, community engagement, rather than internal academic leadership qualities, which aligns with the concerns raised about higher education. Question 2, what concerns, if any, do you have about the candidate in this role? Lack of higher education experience, disconnect from FAMU's culture and mission, political affiliations and external influence, lack of transparency, preparation, and authenticity, insufficient support from key stakeholders, uncertainty about ability to address critical issues. This summary reflects the most prominent and recurring concerns voiced by the FAMU community and stakeholders in question 2 of the survey. Question 3, what other observations or comments do you wish to share about this candidate? Interview performance and communication, cultural fit and understanding, stakeholder reception, readiness and preparation, political context and concerns, impact on FAMU's future. The comments in this section revealed deeper, more personal concerns than the structured questions about strengths and concerns. Many respondents used this space to express stronger emotional for FAMU's future, highlight specific incidents or responses that raised red flags, emphasize the historical significance of this leadership decision, call for greater consideration of FAMU's unique needs and mission. The overall tone in this section was notably more direct and passionate, with respondents often using this space to make final, emphatic statements about their position on the candidacy. The responses frequently went beyond professional critique to address fundamental concerns about FAMU's future direction and institutional integrity. And based on the position criteria, as the analysis shows, while the candidate's strength in business, legal affairs, and external relations align with some aspects of the role, there are critical and significant gaps in higher education leadership, academic administration, compliance, and internal community engagement. These gaps are repeatedly highlighted in the feedback and are seen as fundamental to the successful fulfillment of the university presidency. The lack of direct experience in academic settings, especially at a research university and HBCU, is viewed as a critical barrier to meeting the essential duties and responsibilities outlined for the position. The last finalist that we will review, Dr. Donald Palm. There were 200 total responses, again, with alumni representing nearly half at 45% of respondents. Overall summary, the feedback collected from various user roles, including faculty, administrators, staff, alumni, and board members, paints a comprehensive picture of the institution's current environment. Across the board, respondents highlighted notable strengths such as strong teaching and student engagement, effective leadership, reliable teamwork, program development, and visionary guidance. At the same time, several concerns emerged, including the need for improved research output, better communication, limited career advancement, funding challenges, and financial sustainability. Each group brought its own perspective, emphasizing both the positive aspects of their experience and the areas where they see room for growth. Overall tone. Overall, the tone of the responses is constructive and leans toward the positive. While there are clear concerns and challenges identified by each group, the feedback is generally forward-looking and solution-oriented. Respondents express pride in their roles and a commitment to the institution's mission, even as they acknowledge the hurdles that need to be addressed. This balanced feedback suggests a healthy organizational culture that values both celebration of achievements and honest reflection on areas for improvement. Question 1, what are the candidate's strengths? Teaching excellence and student engagement, leadership and strategic vision, collaboration and teamwork, community engagement and outreach, program development and innovation, supportive and positive work environment. As we can see, the strengths identified in question 1 reflect a vibrant, collaborative, and forward-looking institution. The consistent emphasis on teaching excellence, leadership, teamwork, community engagement, program innovation, and a supportive environment demonstrates the strong foundation for continued success and growth. Question 2, what concerns, if any, do you have about the candidate in this role? Research output and academic performance, communication and information flow, career advancement and professional development, financial and resource challenges, institutional growth and strategic direction, engagement and collaboration. As we can see, the responses in question 2 reveal a thoughtful and nuanced set of concerns that span research, communication, career development, finances, strategy, and collaboration. These themes highlight both the complexity of the institution's environment and the commitment of its stakeholders to continuous improvement. Question 3, what other observations or comments do you wish to share about this candidate? Collaboration and institutional culture, communication and transparency, resource allocation and financial stability, professional development and advancement, external engagement and reputation, change management and strategic direction. As we can see, the observations and comments in question 3 provide a rich tapestry of feedback, highlighting both the strengths and the challenges facing the institution. These insights underscore the importance of fostering a collaborative culture, improving communication and transparency, ensuring fair resource allocation, supporting professional development, strengthening external engagement, and managing change effectively. Addressing these concerns will be key to sustaining a positive and forward-looking environment for all stakeholders. And the final summary. As we move through each objective, it's clear that the university's leadership is perceived as strong in vision, collaboration, and community engagement. However, there are notable gaps in research productivity, fundraising, external partnerships, and professional development. Some of these gaps, such as those related to research output and advancement opportunities, are significant and could impact the university's ability to reach its strategic goals if not addressed. Others, like the lack of explicit feedback on compliance or specific qualifications, are less critical and may simply reflect the scope of the feedback rather than actual deficiencies. Overall, the feedback suggests a solid foundation with areas for targeted improvement, particularly in performance metrics, resource development, and staff advancement. Addressing these significant gaps will be essential for fully realizing the objectives outlined for university leadership. So thank you again to Mr. Spates for summarizing hundreds of comments from stakeholders across various groups. Now we will begin our discussion of the finalists. I was reflecting on our work this morning, and as I came in and thinking about the fact that our responsibility as trustees is a great privilege as well as a solemn duty, because we are the stewards of the legacy of the nation's top-ranked public historically Black college or university, a legacy that's been built through resilience and excellence, and the unwavering belief in the power of education to transform lives. I know you share those beliefs as volunteers and volunteer leaders who serve on this board. I ask each of you that as we get ready to discuss the candidates and ultimately vote, as fellow guardians of the institution, to please vote with the full weight of responsibility that we have in mind, considering deeply the leadership vision and strength required to sustain and elevate FAMU's mission and to inspire confidence across our community, from students to faculty to alumni to donors to parents, and of course the citizens of Florida and the United States. We will begin by opening the floor to provide each trustee an opportunity to share their thoughts and advocate for your positions on who should be the next president of Florida A&M University. During this discussion period, we are not voting or tallying preferences. This discussion is not an elimination period. This is a time that everyone will have an opportunity to speak on their position and for everyone to carefully listen to the thoughts of our colleagues. Everyone will have the chance to be heard and heard again as needed. After that discussion is complete, we will take a roll call ballot for each roll call ballot vote on each board member's preference for president. Trustees, the floor is now open for discussion.
Oh, goddamn.
Trustee Perry, you're recognized.
Good morning to the Rattler Nation. My name is Belvin Perry Jr. I was born in Orlando, Florida, 1949. I was raised in a totally different era. Throughout my life, I think about the following. Never worry about who will be offended if you speak the truth. Worry about who will be misled, deceived, destroyed if you don't. Ernie Ellison simply asked a question and made a motion that we pause to try to clear up rumors that were out there. I was the one who said, before he made this motion, we need to clear this up because it's unfair to all of the candidates unless this is cleared up. The board voted not to, which is the will of the entire body. Mysteriously, after that particular vote, Mr. Ellison was removed. Mysteriously, when I was confirmed, my term ends January the 6th, 2026. Let me make it abundantly clear. With my contacts with the governor's office, through his deputy chief of counsel, nobody has ever tried to put any pressure on me. We discuss issues. We discuss the pros and cons of each candidate. I am very concerned that silence when someone only seeks to answer questions for clarification is casting a cloud on this process. When I went through the analysis, I looked at support from everyone. I looked at academic leadership. I looked at administrative experience. I looked at fundraising. I looked at budgeting. You cannot overlook the strong alumni in their voice. You cannot overlook the students in their voice, particularly so when they are based on reasons, based upon solid facts. It has often been said that you can never be a true leader if others aren't willing to follow you. It is a foregone conclusion as the result of this vote today.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
That's the truth.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are indicators that should have been cleared up. When Larry Robertson left here, he was making $561,000 or $567,000 and change. A man who led this institution to greater heights. But now our salary range now goes up to $750,000. I will cast my vote today, not because I like or dislike anyone, but I will cast my vote looking at the criteria that I've seen here today for the best candidate to lead FAMU, the best candidate who would follow the law. For those of you who know me and for those of you who don't know me, I've never been some wide-eyed liberal. I spent 12 years as an assistant state attorney, ending as chief assistant state attorney. Despite the fact of growing up in the hood, I followed the law. I prosecuted the worst of the worst in Orange County, sought and obtained the death penalty. As a judge, I fulfilled my duties and followed the law and sentenced 8 people to die. And some of them have died. That was not a popular decision in the hood, but I followed the law. I will do that today. And as I enter the sunset set of my public service, I will vote along the lines that I've indicated. While I am not a graduate of Florida A&M University, I'm a life member of the FAMU Alumni Association. Everyone is entitled to their opinions, and I respect those opinions. But I will be guided by facts applied to each and every candidate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Perry. I do want to clarify something. Can you clarify what your original term was and if there has been a change?
My term expired in 2021. I reapplied, and I was in that area of limbo. Then I was reappointed by the governor's office, Governor DeSantis. And when I received my confirmation from the Senate, it said my term ran from November of 24 and will end January the 6th of 2026. I received that after we had our last meeting.
Wow.
And typical terms are how long?
I thought they were 4 years, but that's not the issue.
Okay, I just wondered.
Yeah, the issue is who is the best person to continue the tremendous legacy of FAMU. And as I said before, and I just want to make it abundantly clear, while I question what's been going on with the BOG, nobody from the governor's office tried to put any pressure on me. We talked about pros and cons of each candidate. And I assured everyone that I would think about it and that I would pray. I woke up at 2:30 this morning and I reread some of the things that were in the summaries and the things that had been sent out, because as you know, we just got a lot of this information yesterday afternoon. So those are my comments. And thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the rest of the members of the board.
Thank you, Trustee Perry. Are there any additional comments? Trustee Bryant, you're recognized.
Thank you. As a trustee who was chosen by the student body, supported by the alumni, taught and shaped by professors, faculty, and staff, and constantly receiving messages from aspirant potential rattlers. As a president who has made history on this campus, I'm a proud part of FAMU history, and I understand legacy and the importance of my position. The students have spoken. The alumni have spoken. Faculty and staff have spoken. History has its eyes on us, and I would be remiss if I were to take my position in vain and not vote to be the voice that has chosen me to be their voice. Out of the selection pool that we have seen this past week, I am unimpressed, and I am concerned gravely at the choices that were supposed to be the top picks for our beloved university. I'll take this time to show my support for candidate Dr. Donald Palm, because he is the only candidate out of all of my conversations and deliberations with students that I never had to question who his priority is. And as members of this board of trustees, people in leadership and people who care about education at its highest, I think it's important that we always understand that the reason why we are here, that the people who put money in our pockets, that the reason that we have any significance or influence in these chairs right now are the students. So understanding that that had to be a question is absolutely unacceptable. I won't speak on a specific candidate, but the amount of disrespect and disregard that I've seen this week from candidates was astonishing. And I hope to never see that or choose that for my beloved campus. Those are my final remarks.
Are there additional comments at this time?
Sure.
Trustee Brown. Trustee Brown, you're recognized, followed by Trustee Washington.
I lower my hand, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. Would you please repeat yourself?
You
I said I
lame.
lowered my hand.
You lame.
Okay, trustee Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Harper. I want to extend my gratitude to the search committee and all those who have been involved over the duration of this process. This is not an easy process. Chair Harper, I appreciate you compiling the results. And what I will take away from those results is there is no one perfect candidate. What I heard from folks is they would like, basically a FAMU alum with a terminal degree who has been at the institution or has links to the institution over the last, hopefully generations. And I would hope that if that person was out there, he or she would have applied and would have made it to where we are right now. I think it's easy to get caught up in the hype and fanfare. It's much harder to stay quiet and do the due diligence required to make a prudent decision. So I'm just going to provide a few points and provide context for my decision this morning. The landscape of higher education is changing. And with that, the role of the president. A recent survey of sitting presidents conducted by the American Council of Education, which is a group of higher education leaders across the country, the number one task that presidents spend their time on is finance and financial management, followed by fundraising. Academic programs was 5th on the list. I respect the viewpoints expressed, but respectively, and as proven by data, the skill sets and strategies that we have used to get here may not be the same strategies that will take to move us forward. And I'm excited for new leadership who is going to be capable of navigating these complex challenges. I remember when performance funding was first implemented. Believe it or not, I actually worked in the governor's office when those first 3 metrics were compiled and spent a lot of time advocating to change it, to expand it to 10, because the first 3, which were the cost to educate a student, the graduation rate of our students, 4-year, and the amount of money those individuals made after they graduate, actually detrimentally impacted families. This is before I had any connection to the university. And so I will say, and there are people who talk about performance funding, and I need people to understand that the impetus behind performance funding is no gotcha to this institution. The impetus behind the additional funding that this institution gets is this. There is a set of metrics that state that students should graduate on time with minimal debt in areas and programs where they will earn a sustainable wage. And if you were able to do that, says the state of Florida, you will get additional funding, not your base funding, additional funding. People advocate against the model and say that this is detrimental to our students because they have a different profile. I reject that wholeheartedly. Our students are a 5 out of 5. They're a 10 out of 10. So when performance funding was implemented, and scale back to 2011, and the 10 years preceding that, you want to know what FAMU's 4-year graduation rate was? It never exceeded 15%. So for every 10 students that we admitted, only 1.5 of them graduated. in 4 years.
How does a half a student graduate?
And now, this year, we have our highest four-year graduation rate metric we've ever had at 35%. Obviously, there's still room for improvement. Our 6-year graduation rate, because people proclaim that our students, sometimes it takes a little more, was 41%. So that means only 4 out of 10 students graduated in 6 years at our illustrious institution. And now, 10 years later, 14 years later, we're at 51%, which is actually down from the last 3 years, where we were at 59%. This year, we celebrate our highest performing performance funding score ever, 83. And the additional, not base, the additional state funding that this institution will receive is more than the combined annual giving this year. Some of those same people who argued against performance funding stood on stage with balloons and music, celebrating a transformational gift to this university. I had no knowledge of that gift. But when I did my due diligence and sat with members of the team who garnered the gift within 48 hours, they belittled and derided me for asking questions. And here we are. I don't think anybody who's sitting around the table who was here a year ago would have imagined that we're here. And yet we are. So all that is to say, I do listen, and I know that change is hard. But what I want everybody to understand is that I've done my homework, and I will make an informed decision today. You may or may not agree with that, but I will do and have done the best I can to protect Florida A&M University.
Get your Fragless Douglas hair ass out, man.
Thank you, Trustee Washington. Trustee Brown, I do see your hand. Is that intentional or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're recognized.
Okay. Rattlers, especially to the faculty and staff, I have a statement that I'm going to read. Good morning, colleagues. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge something that matters deeply to me. I know that many of you are frustrated. Some of you are disappointed. Some of you are angry. I hear you. I share your commitment to FAMU. And while the decision I'm going to explain may not be popular, I believe it's necessary. For decades, FAMU faculty and staff have worked harder and been paid less than our peers across Florida. You've carried heavier teaching loads, often without the proper research support or clear career paths as SUS counterparts. Yet you've educated and inspired students to reach new heights. That's what I fought and will continue to fight to make sure that our voices are heard when it comes to what we need, not just to simply survive, but to thrive. Over the past 2 weeks, many have reached out to me, but very few, if any, have asked what FAMU needs to survive in Florida's current funding model. I've read the messages, I've heard the criticisms, and I understand the emotion. But what drives the decisions that affect our future is strategy. I've heard the argument that candidate Marva Johnson has no educational experience. To me, that's not factually accurate. As the chair of the State Board of Education, she worked directly on the accountability systems that govern K-12 and Florida college system institutions. That includes performance-based funding metric and legislative engagements, the very same systems that shape funding for FAMU. Dismissing her qualifications because she isn't a classroom educator ignores the role that she's played in shaping education policy for Florida. By that same logic, wouldn't we have to question the legitimacy of the Florida Board of Governors, who also govern our higher education system and don't have traditional academic backgrounds? Would you say that the Board of Governors members or that the chancellor that oversee FAMU have no education experience? Would you say that the chair of the Board of Governors, who has chaired meetings, reviewed reports from schools across the state, oversees the state budget, advocates for funds, drives performance-based funding numbers, and works with university presidents, doesn't have educational experience and isn't qualified to lead a school? If so, I would objectively disagree with you. And we have to survive in Florida. This moment calls for someone who understands the systems that fund and govern us, because right now, our survival depends on how we navigate those systems. We cannot depend solely on alumni giving to meet our needs. The reality is that most of our funding comes from the Florida Board of Governors and the state legislature. If we're not aligned with that system, if we don't have leadership that can operate within it, we fall further behind. We're already dealing with the consequence of underfunding. Salaries benchmarked against less rigorous institutions, FAMU DRS not being a part of our pay systems, decline in trust because of a lack of inclusions in key decision, morale, recruitment, and retention issues. And let's be honest, long financial aid lines and slow response times aren't just an indication of a bad system, they're also a sign of staff shortages and low pay for university employees. As Faculty Senate President, I base my decision on who I believe can deliver the strategic priorities that we, the employees, created together. Let me remind you of those priorities. 1, equity and employment standards across the SUS. 2, establishment of defined career pathways. 3, timely resolution, protection from harm, and escalation in employee grievances. 4, establishing shared governance and inclusive feedback. 5, fostering innovation, industry partnerships, and research commercialization. 6, professional development, AI integration, and advancement opportunities. 7, development of an academic advising career ladder. 8, enhancing faculty and staff support processes and graduate student assistance. 9, strategic planning for R1 for faculty, staff, and student readiness. And 10, strategic reinvestment and accountability for FAMU DRS. These are not just ideas, these are needs that require leadership with access, relationships, and political experience to secure resources and accountability. I did not take a vote for the general faculty and staff, not out of disrespect, but because I already know what most of you have been saying for years. You've said you don't feel included in the performance-based funding model. You said that we're not ready to go R1. You've said that our graduate students don't have enough support. You said that we need more training and that we need more resources to do our jobs. None of that changes unless we are funded to complete. I understand that many of you may not agree with my decision, but I ask you to reflect on this. What helps us to survive? What helps us to grow? What gives us the best chance at equity, stability, and progress? If we want to win, we must compete. And to compete, we need strategy, we need funding, and we need leadership that can deliver both. Thank you.
Boy, if I was a professor, I'm fucking him up on site.
Thank you. Trustee Lawson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Harper. I'll try to be brief. A lot of great words and smart folks have spoken before me. I listen to Judge Perry all the time. Team, we have a consequential decision in front of us. We have a decision that is going to shape the future trajectory of this institution. I reflect back on several years ago when we struggled as an institution to galvanize around the performance-based funding model. And there was an individual named Larry Robinson that was able to galvanize the leadership team around the model. Consequently, we are advancing, we are receiving the resources attached to the model, and we're on track to have our highest single score in the performance-based funding model. That, by the way, is also driving our ascension into the top 100. It's keeping us the #1 public HBCU, and it's making us an even better investment of state funds, which, by the way, between state funds and large corporate donations are the livelihood of this institution, and approximately, my math may be a little wrong, but let's say 93% of our total funding pool. But with that being said, I do hear and appreciate the voices of the alumni, students, and faculty. And I think we all have to put all of that into our own personal rubrics and come across with the decision that's going to propel us into the future. Stayed up last night almost all night, not watching ESPN, but reviewing the videos of the candidates, particularly the candidates at the public forum, to get a sense for how they were received, how their messages were articulated, And the thing that I kind of came back to was a small book that many of you probably read. What got us here today won't get us there tomorrow. And I think that we have to choose a bold leader that is prepared to work with this board, with faculty, with students, with alums, with external supporters to propel us into the future. Madam Chair, those are my comments.
A whole bunch of nothing.
Thank you.
A whole bunch of nothing.
Vice Chair Gibbons, followed by Trustee White. No, you can go.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the selection committee. It's a committee that I worked on for more than 6 months with a group of individuals who were great. A lot of spirited debate, a lot of opinions and ideas that came across very clearly. As late as this week, we worked together on certain things. It is very apparent that this process has been a very arduous task for us to work all together and figure out who's the next leader of this fine university. But it also is very apparent that people have tried to weaponize certain things against the committee, myself, and so many others. And it's okay. Because when I wake up in the morning, every morning, and I get on my knees and I say my prayers, the one thing that I recognize
They ain't going
is
nowhere.
a lady named Essie Smith, who was born up in Donaldsonville, Georgia, but ended up raising the rest of us in Cairo, Georgia, in Grady County, just 35 miles from here. And I spent every summer there picking okra with my great-grandparents. One thing they always taught me is to be humble and work hard. I want to thank that committee for being humble and working hard, giving their true opinions about what was going on and what we did. I will stand on the work that we did with anybody or anything. There's a lot of innuendo, rumor, and conjecture. Things that just were absolutely false. I mean, every meeting was recorded. Every meeting had legal counsel, not only from this university, but other lawyers that are in the room, people who represent large groups from across the country. When I start to think about this process, as I said, when I get on my knees in the morning, I remember the things that Essie May taught. Hard work, and people watch out for the people that look like us. I don't mind getting into a debate with anybody. Alan Levine, I know many of you don't care for him or don't like him or think he's good or bad. I've known him since undergraduate. We've been in a lot of battles against each other. But at the core of his beliefs, I've never believed that his intention is to hurt FAMU. And I say that because nobody, black, white, blue, or brown, has come to me and used politics. Some have used politics, but nobody in the political arena has come to me and talked to me about politics related to this issue. And so I will tell you, when I do my rubric, and when I did my rubric, I stayed up all night like Lawson and some other folks I know. Stayed up all night and I pondered over what is good for the university moving forward.
Oh, the lies.
It's ironic that we sit here and we talk about the pay scale being moved to 750 when the search firm and the report actually said to line up with the counterparts in the SUS, we should be over $1 million. And that Alan Levine, the same person who sometimes is villainized as related to this particular university, was sitting there arguing to make sure that the university president here at Florida A&M was equally funded with the University of Florida, FAU, and all the other presidents in the SUS. It's ironic that we point fingers when we want to and say, well, that's wrong. But we don't point out that that's right because we pay for what we get for. We pay for what we get.
You're paying for
I don't
something
ever
not
want to be
qualified.
undervalued. And so in that report, it clearly states and outlines that the counterparts to this university's president get paid more. So I will stand on that report. I stand on the fact that whoever is the president should be equally paid along the lines of the rest of the university system. And then finally, we need a leader who's going to be transformational and move through the process of moving us to R1. Number one, being able to raise money. When I look at the overall university budget and the financial health, Gerald Hector sat here and said it himself, that the financial health of the organization is sick. I asked another candidate, he said it was great. Which one is it? 6% of the alumni are givers. Unfortunately, the rest of the money comes from the state. That's unfortunate. It really is. Because we should do better in giving. We should do better in fundraising. We, meaning us rattlers, not pointing fingers at other people about nonsense that doesn't matter and trying to attack people's integrity and impugn them. So I'll just say, when I did my rubric, I narrowed it down. There's only 2 people that I think move the university forward, and I'm going to vote that way today. If I'm forced to make a 1 vote, I'm pretty sure that I know where I'll go with that 1 vote. But I will tell you, we really need to do a self-assessment, each one of us, and not attack each other, and learn how to work together to move this university forward. These performance measures are clear. And nobody, I say this to people all the time. I became a rattler later in life. But when I did go to the University of Florida, I was always envious of FAMU. They had the best pharmacy school. I talk to people all the time, my friends that live in St. Petersburg. I know 5 or 6 white pharmacists that came here because it was the best in the country. Had nothing to do with anything else, but this place was the best. SBI was the best in the country. Harvard sought SBI out to know what to do. That's what I want for here. And I want to get back there, build on our rich excellence and brand that we already have. So I am thankful for the process. I'm glad the process went the way it went. I don't mind being attacked about the process. I don't mind being asked about the process of how we got here. But I do know this, that going forward, we're going to need somebody who can not only raise money, somebody who's going to have to take in mind that our students are our #1 customer and constituent. And then thirdly and finally, that we don't get there without the best and brightest faculty and well-paid faculty moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gibbons. Trustee White, you're recognized.
I can't stand this nigga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to open up by, saying I've heard everybody. I'm a 3rd generation FAMU graduated in 2013, School of Business. I recall when I was asked by Congressman Al Lawson to join the board, and I told him no 3 times. Because one thing I know about leadership is, especially in this board, it's a thankless job. There's a lot of different considerations that need to be considered. Since I've gotten the board, one of the things I've always harped on, especially as a CPA, was the financial management of the school. I remember when I studied abroad in fall 2012 in Shanghai, China. And when I got there, every one of my counterparts who came from various schools, even Morehouse, they had got their financial aid a week before they left to go to Shanghai. So they got their financial aid mid-August. I received mine the week before Thanksgiving. I remember my parents tirelessly having to send me $100 every week through Western Union, me having to go walk to the bank, not knowing Mandarin, trying to figure out where the heck am I going around the city, but trying to pull out $100 a week so I can be able to live. My mother went to Florida A&M. She's a proud graduate. She graduated in the 70s. Her aunt went to Florida A&M in the early 60s. I say this and I continuously say this. They all had financial aid issues. They all had issues getting paid out. We are striving to go to our next mountain. I don't believe you can go to one mountain without conquering one first. We are still fighting these issues that have plagued us for generations. And the other issue we have is nobody wants to say anything about it. Yes, I've seen the 13,000 people who signed the signatures about this search. And I thank you for it. I thank you all for getting involved. And also, I do believe whatever that young student, Elijah Hooks, if he was pressured by the school, that should definitely be investigated, because nobody should be getting involved with anything with stopping any of these students or anybody from protesting. That's what makes us as a school great. We have financial issues. I just also, as the chair of the Finance and Audit Committee, I've also been informed that we have some internal issues that we have been plagued with for decades at this point. Our flagship programs, pharmacy. When I went to Florida A&M, I believe it was about 180 students coming in each class. I believe the last class was 55 students. Pharmacy. Vice Chair Gibbons just said pharmacy was one of our flagship programs. I asked the administration, I said, hey, with the decline in enrollment, how many professors have we let go? Or how have we recalibrated the teachers that we have if this program is declining? No words. No budgets being balanced. No ROI being assessed. Bragg Stadium. I love FAMU athletics. I've even when I was at school, enjoyed hearing the band, seeing our illustrious football team play. And even when I was 5 years old out there selling candy apples with my father at the stadium, nothing has changed about the stadium. Not one thing. Not one thing. And we keep trying to just put a little money in to fix it up. We need a new stadium. One thing I really enjoyed during public comment was, and I don't know the young lady's name. She mentioned in 1997, FAMU was ranked #1 by Princeton and Time Magazine. Hence why we have the eternal flame in the middle of our campus that will continuously burn. I struggle seeing that monument. And the reason why I struggle is I look at FAMU like the Lakers. When you go into the stadium, which used to be called the Staples Stadium, you see championship banners. You don't see division banners. While I love and I support all of our HBCUs, now we run around with the title of we're the #1 public HBCU. Not even the #1 HBCU, the #1 public HBCU. When 30 years ago, we were revered as the #1 school in the nation. Where have we lost our way? Alumni giving, as Vice Chair Gibbons said, I've been getting emails. People have been reaching out to me, threatening my company, who also is co-founded by a Rattler who I met at SBI, saying all kind of nonsense. Over the last 3 years, we've given $250,000 and are now looking at doing another pledge of $1 million. When I call different alumni who I know and I love and support, when I'm asking for their support, one of the first things they ask me is, what is FAMU doing with the money? Where is the transparency? And I know our team is working hard at the foundation. However, I still don't even know what scholarships were given out with the funds that we made, that we've contributed. And so at this point, we have to look around the room and we have to ask ourselves, what are we going to do to move this school forward? We must bring somebody in who understands financial management. We must bring somebody in who's going to be able to raise funds. And we must bring somebody in who's going to really put us on the path to really think strategically about what we're doing with our funds. I hear it all the time about the Humphrey days, President Humphreys. That's the goal that I have for FAMU. I want to put up another eternal flame at the school. But the only way we're going to do that is by looking around the room and having a hard discussion on what do we need to do to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional comments at this time? Trustee Reed, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Harper. And apologies for being delayed. This is a great day for me. My son is graduating from high school this weekend and really excited about the opportunity. So I'm between this event and his event, but this is so important that I really felt it was necessary for me to make sure I gave this the considerable amount of time from a decision-making standpoint. Maybe first, I would like to thank, as was mentioned before, the Presidential Search Committee for their commitment, time, and bringing us a set of candidates that we could review as a board to make a final decision that becomes a recommendation to the Board of Governors of our selection. And I appreciate their work. I know it wasn't easy, but thank them for bringing us a slate of candidates. I also want to thank you, Chair, for the way that you've managed this process over the last week and what you've been able to allow us to be able to witness here today, especially with the transparency and ensuring that the voices of all that participated this week was heard. So really appreciate you for that. Just for those who don't know me, my name is Craig Reed. I'm also an alum of Florida A&M University, and I'm a proud member of the Marching 100, and also came up through Dr. Humphrey's era. I think what's most important for us from a university standpoint, as I reflect on what we've just had the opportunity to review from all the candidates, and would like to thank them for their participation and commitment and wanting to be a part of taking this university to the next level, is I think we have to first start with the facts. And the facts is we had a position description and requirement that called out the specific things that we thought were important and critical to this position to be able to allow us to take the university forward. And when you assess against that position description, clearly there are some that do not meet that criteria in a holistic perspective, and some that do meet a considerable amount of those criteria. When I created my rubric to understand against all the areas that I would look at, I work in procurement. I do a sourcing system. It's sort of like going out to market with a request for proposal, request information, or being able to drive a strategic business decision. But you essentially set a criteria of metrics that state what are all the things that are important. And there isn't just one decision that allows you to drive down a path of what's important. You have to have some acumen in all those areas to drive a level of success. So there's been a lot of discussion today about the need for the university to be funded, and making sure that we have a tight affiliation with the Board of Governors, the legislature, and others to ensure that we can get our fair share. My perspective on that is that that should happen regardless of the situation. We should not have a scenario that doesn't afford FAMU to get its fair share of the fee of the fund associated with the institution. And that's regardless of the candidate. I do feel that the candidate has to be able to advocate for the university and be able to ensure that they're part of the voice in the room and driving performance at the university in a way that allows us to be able to receive what we've earned as an institution. But I also feel that in order to be able to meet the requirements and objectives of the SUS state system is that there has to be investment, and there needs to be equitable investment to ensure that all boats can rise at the same level. You know, when we take a look at the institutional funding, all of the SUS institutions, clearly some are funded more than others. That funding allows them to provide services that enables them to be able to achieve the expectations set by the performance-based funding models. You don't get the funds, it's hard for you to be able to have the resources to be able to truly support all aspects of that. But despite that, when you take a look at Florida A&M's performance, our current metrics today, where we stand as a university, what I would say is we're not broken. You walk across the campus, you'll see significant investment being made across the campus in terms of new housing and a whole host of other things that we've been doing as a board with the community, with the Board of Governors and with the legislature, investing dollars in a way to be able to uplift the university. I'd like to thank all those that have been a part of that process. For me, when I take a look at the criteria from a selection perspective and all the things that we have stated are important to the university, when I also take a look at what our constituents are saying, this would be the alumni, this would be the students, this will be the faculty, this will be the community. It's clear for me how we as an organization should look at the next president for Florida A&M University, and I'll be casting my vote in accordance with that requirement. Thank you all for your time. I want to thank you all for your support and really appreciate you being a part of this process to allow us to move the university forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Reed. Are there any additional comments from trustees at this time? Okay, so I will make my comments at this time. I want to again thank you, fellow trustees, for this healthy dialogue and civil discourse and good governance. And thanks again to the Presidential Search Committee for getting us to this point, and Committee Chair Gibbons for leading the committee. Like each of you, I take my fiduciary duty very seriously. And this is a consequential decision that will shape the future of students and the success of those students, as well as the engagement level or lack thereof of faculty, staff, alumni, current and future donors, the Tallahassee community, the members of the industry cluster, and beyond. Yes, I'm a proud two-time alumna of this illustrious institution. Yes, I was the third female SGA president, Student Government Association, for those who are watching and who may not be familiar with the language and nuances of FAMU. Yes, I'm a Humphreys era Rattler. Yes, I married a Rattler. Yes, our daughter is a graduate of this institution and is duly employed by a Fortune 100 company because of the education she got from this institution. But it's not just my personal history that shapes my service to this board. And you're right, Trustee White, this is a thankless job, but I do it for the love of FAMU, selflessly. And there are two factors that have always guided every decision I make, every deliberation, and that is student success and the perpetuity of FAMU. I'm a huge believer that what gets measured gets done. And I welcome the performance-based funding model. I embrace the accountability plan. I am extremely proud of the progress that this university has made with this board, as well as with predecessors who have preceded the roles in which we now sit. That in our 137-year history, we have reached historic highs as it relates to four-year graduation rates, in spite of. That we have achieved the highest score of an 83 this year since the performance-based funding model has been established. That is something to be extremely proud of. But we do have a ways to go. We do need to continue to advocate for student success that will ensure engagement across every important stakeholder group and the perpetuity of the institution that so many of us love and cherish at this College of Love and Charity. There's no leader without followers. And having spent the entire week on campus, having participated in the interviews, having participated in each and every community forum with community members and alumni, and having read through the summary of hundreds of stakeholder feedback, hundreds of inputs, having read up until maybe 1:30 a.m. this morning, every email, and I've responded to everyone that I could, and will respond to everyone if I have not yet. And if I've overlooked anyone, please forgive me. But I believe in the values of this institution: accountability, transparency, integrity, and inclusion. And your voice matters. And leaders can't lead if there's no one who is following. As Trustee Bryant mentioned, stakeholder groups across various constituencies have expressed deep concern and emotional sentiment around one of the four candidates. When Chair Lamb and I worked together to name the search committee, I wanted nothing more than a high integrity process that produced exceptional candidates. I'm a believer in God, and I believe in doing things in decency and in order. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I apologize to any finalist or semifinalist whose names were leaked due to a breach of confidentiality. What was circulated about one of the candidates, one of the finalists, prior to this week, in spite of that, I came into this week with an open mind, but I was left feeling empty. Many answers were hollow. Many statements were false. PharmD students don't require a dissertation to graduate from Florida A&M. And today, there are students from over 70 countries in our student body that are represented. That's not an aspiration, that's a fact for today. There was a lack of intellectual depth and a gap in cultural connection that was just painfully blatant. I also want to make a point about the range of compensation that this board approved today. In candidates' applications, they shared their salary expectations. Candidates Allen and Hector, the range was between $400,000 and $500,000. Finalist Johnson, $750,000 base plus additional performance-based compensation and commensurate benefits. And finalist Palm, negotiable. As a fiduciary, I don't think it's financially responsible to select a finalist whose qualifications pale in comparison to others, and whose salary requirements we cannot afford. I want to go on the record to reflect the hypocrisy. I also have to go on the record as a Black woman.
Come on.
In an age of merit-based hiring decisions, how can one justify settling for a candidate who does not meet all of the position criteria, or turning a blind eye to exceptionally qualified candidates? As our beloved Joe Bullard would say, the difference is clear.
Come on.
With that, my vote today will be for the candidate who I believe has the executive presence, the institutional knowledge, the love for FAMU, a deep and abiding desire and proven ability to engage authentically with every stakeholder group, because every stakeholder group matters. One who will not shrink from the pressure or the history, the challenges, or the gaps that have gotten us to this point. Because there are so many things that still we need to course correct, and we need to close the gap for, so that this institution will remain in perpetuity. One shouldn't be penalized for the sins of their predecessors. And my vote will be in alignment with the will of students, the will of alumni, the will of most faculty and staff, the will of this community in Tallahassee and on the South Side, the will of over 13,000 people who have been very clear, and the will of each and every stakeholder who has engaged in the feedback that was shared earlier today. But most importantly, my decision comes after significant prayer and fasting for months. Ever since last summer, I was called for such a time as this.
Come on, come on, come on.
I will do the right thing
for
FAMU.
Come on.
There are no further comments at this time. Ms. Cummings Martin, would you please call the roll? We will ask each trustee to state the finalist who you cast your vote for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustee Brown.
Marva Johnson.
You a clown.
Trustee Bryant.
Dr. Donald Palm.
Trustee Crossman.
Marva Johnson.
Of course,
Trustee Figures. Trustee Figures. Trustee Jane Gainey.
Marva Johnson.
Trustee Gibbons.
Marva Johnson.
This is ridiculous.
Trustee Harper.
Dr. Donald Palm.
Trustee Lawson.
Marv Johnson.
Trustee Perry.
Dr. Donald Palm.
This is crazy.
Trustee Reed.
Donald Palm.
Trustee Vasquez.
Johnson.
Nigga, you just got here.
Trustee Washington,
Marva Johnson.
and trustee White.
Marva Johnson.
Oh my God. You gotta be shitting me.
Madam Chair, there are 8 votes for Attorney Johnson and 4 votes for Dr. Donald Palm.
Crazy work.
Thank you. The motion passes. Marva Johnson has been selected as the final qualified candidate under the position criteria as president-elect for recommendation to the Board of Governors for confirmation. Congratulations, Ms. Johnson. May I have a motion to approve Marva Johnson as the 13th president-elect of Florida A&M University, contingent upon confirmation by the Board of Governors? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Who seconded it, please?
Gainey.
It's been properly moved by trustee Washington and seconded by trustee Gainey to approve Marva Johnson as the 13th president-elect of Florida A&M University, contingent upon confirmation by the Board of Governors. Is there any unreadiness to the motion? Seeing and hearing none. All those in favor, please show by the sign of aye.
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 Those opposed, nay.
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 Nay. Nay.
Ms. Cummings Martin, would you please take a roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Chair. Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Dog,
trustee Bryant,
that
Nay.
clown.
trustee Crossman, trustee Crossman,
The white man gone.
trustee Figures, trustee Figures,
Dog, this is crazy. She's not even.
trustee Gainey,
Okay.
trustee Gibbons,
Yes.
trustee Gibbons,
Yes.
trustee Harper,
Nay.
trustee Lawson,
Yay. In favor.
No shit, sir.
trustee Perry,
That bastard.
nay, trustee Reed,
No. Not in favor.
trustee Vasquez,
Yes.
Madam Chair, 8 yeas, 4 nays. The motion passes.
Are you sure? I'm sorry. Are you sure it was 8 yays? I thought that trustee Crossman did not vote in this motion. Can you please recount?
You're right, 7.
Thank you. The motion carries. Is there any additional business to come before the board?
Yes, this is trustee White.
Shut your dumb ass.
Trustee White, you're recognized.
Ass nigga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to have trustee Washington negotiate the contract with Marva Johnson to become president.
Wow.
Second.
And with the goal of being able to have that contract done by June 16th.
This is
Gainey, I'll second that.
this is some
It's been properly moved and seconded that trustee Washington have the delegated authority to negotiate the contract. And it's been moved by, seconded by trustee Gainey with the goal of having the contract complete by June 16th.
Yes.
Okay. May I offer a friendly amendment?
No, you may not.
wow.
Okay, well, I will take up Robert's rules because a friendly amendment is not required. So at this point, I will move that the date for the desired negotiation occur. Well, here's my question. The Board of Governors meeting at which this would be, at which the president-elect would be interviewed and confirmed, happens on June, interestingly, it's close to Juneteenth. June 18th. Is June 16th enough time to complete that and to have the materials to the Board of Governors?
I would hope so. I will ask Trustee Washington, do you think June 16th is sufficient enough, or do you need more time?
June 18th is the date of the Board of Governors meeting, so.
And I assume they need pre-read just like we do.
They do, and I want to say that for the most recent approved president, there was probably 7 to 10 days, so maybe we move it back to June 9th or the week before.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee Perry, you're recognized.
In the past, if memory serves me correctly, the chair of the board in the past has always negotiated the contract.
Thank you.
With the candidate. What is the rationale from deviating from that practice at this time?
My rationale is that Trustee Washington has extensive experience with presidential searches. And I do believe with the process of this presidential search, that'll behoove us to move forward with Trustee Washington. I ask that the board take a vote. If it's not approved, then so be that. Let's take the will of the board.
Wow, this is some bullshit.
Unfortunately, you may be right, but again, this does not feel well. You have a chair that was duly elected. Chairs in the past has always did this. Trustee and Chair Harper is a woman of integrity.
And I am.
And it strikes me strange that a motion was made as if someone had discussed this.
Thank you.
Beforehand.
Thank you.
But this is very typical of what's been going on. As Trustee White has said, let's vote on it, but we all know how it's going to turn out.
Wow, this is some bullshit.
Thank you for
Thank you, Trustee Perry.
I want to go back to, I will address that in just a moment. Trustee White, would you like to modify? Instead of accepting my friendly amendment, would you like to?
Actually, I accept your friendly amendment. We don't need to put a date on it. All I'm asking for is that the responsibility goes to Trustee Washington.
Oh, Chair Washington.
Trustee
Washington.
Yes, ma'am.
This is so interesting, isn't it?
Ooh.
This could be a Lifetime movie.
Ooh. Ooh.
And so your motion is to delegate the authority to Trustee Washington with no said date.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion. Okay. Trustee Reed, you're recognized.
Yes, Chair Harper. Can we get someone to confirm if that's possible, or is it in the policy already called out who has that accountability and responsibility to negotiate on behalf of the board? Because if it is already called out in our bylaws that that's your responsibility, only you can abdicate it. It can't be done via a vote by the board, from my understanding. So can we have someone confirm that that's possible?
Yes, I've asked our General Counsel, Avery McKnight, to clarify.
Yes, Trustee Reed, pursuant to the BOG Regulation 1.002, it is clear that the Board of Trustees or its designee shall be responsible for drafting an employment contract. So it is well within the ambit of this board to decide if it wants to designate some person.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it certainly has been the practice of this board And it's typical that, and I've hired lots of people, including a CEO. And so I am not unqualified. I am not unexperienced in negotiating. In fact, this board delegated last July to delegate the authority to the chair. It's not to Kristen Harper, it's to the chair. And the role that I've played is both trustee and chair. And I am a woman of faith, and I am a woman of integrity. And as chair, you elected me unanimously to represent the will of this body. And I have done so with decency and in order. The vote is the vote. And regardless of what my personal vote was as a trustee, I want the record to show that I will negotiate with anyone that this board has so deemed and has now voted upon. I take personal offense to what's happening.
Madam Chair,
Trustee Bryant, you're recognized.
it's to my knowledge that we have addressed all the business on our agenda for today. So with that said, I move to adjourn this meeting immediately.
I have a motion on the floor.
Hold on just a moment. There is a motion on the floor that we have to address. However, from a Robert's Rules perspective, what does Robert's Rules say around adjourning a meeting?
Madam Chair, I don't think we can adjourn with an open business item, whether we approve the item or not. I do think, and I defer to General Counsel, but I think we have
I've
to.
asked the General
address.
Counsel to provide feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Hold tight, please, for our
Okay.
experts
Will
that we've
do.
hired to provide feedback, that the
And-
president has hired, excuse me.
And
The only person we hire is the president.
I would also like them to address whether or not we have a specific agenda for a special meeting. And whether or not we can cover this particular subject at this particular time. But he addressed all of that at the proper time, so we can move on.
I do believe that let me get to that in just a moment. General Counsel McKnight, what does Robert's Rules say as it relates to a proposal to adjourn a meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A motion to adjourn does not supersede a motion for action on the main question, and that's where we are right now.
Okay, so we will proceed with taking up this motion that is on the floor. And if there is no additional business before the board, we will adjourn. If not, we can take up your motion, Trustee Bryant. Is there any additional discussion on the motion? Trustee Brown, I see your hand. You are recognized.
I call the question.
Bitch ass.
I'm sorry?
I call for the question to end the
Call for the question
discussion. Vote.
requires a vote. All right, can you tell me what I believe it's 2/3, but can you please confirm? Calling the question does require a vote.
If there's no one else that has comments, then we don't need to call the question.
No, you've done it, so I'm gonna follow through. Go ahead.
It does require a 2/3 vote.
Thank you. Ms. Cummings Martin, would you please call the roll to call the question so that we can move to the vote?
Madam Chair, Trustee Brown,
Yes, in favor.
Trustee Bryant,
Nay.
Trustee Crossman, Trustee Crossman,
That white man gone. That white man don't care.
Trustee Figures,
She a
Trustee
Brad,
Figures,
She hasn't said anything.
Trustee Gainey,
Yay.
pardon me,
Yes.
Trustee Gibbons,
Yes.
Trustee Harper,
Yes, I agree to call for the question.
Trustee Lawson,
Yes, I agree to call for the question.
Trustee Perry,
Yes.
Trustee Reed,
Yes.
trustee Vasquez,
This nigga got on here yesterday and they asked
trustee
he
Vasquez,
gone. He back to McDonald's.
trustee Washington,
Yes.
trustee White.
Yes.
9 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay. Excuse me, I just need to confer with general counsel for one moment. I'll be right back.
Yo, this is crazy work right now. This is crazy work right now. I have never, you got FAMU grads on the fucking board voting against the interests of the alums. That is crazy. I'm telling you, if I saw Brown, that shit's on site. If I see that no hairline ass nigga White, that shit's on site. If I'm seeing Lawson's fat ass, that shit's on site. All Givens, that his ass on site. Dog, these Bama should never be allowed to step foot on the campus. Every time I see you, it's on site. Are you kidding me right now? This is, and then bro, there's no way Bowtie Brown should be able to make it back to FAMU. Like, if I'm students in his class, I'm going ham on his ass. If I'm faculty, when I catch you in the teacher's lounge, that's your ass, Playboy. Like, are you kidding? How are you the faculty representative voting against the people you represent? That is crazy to me. You represent the faculty. The faculty does not want this person, and you voted in your own interest? It's on site when I see your bow tie having ass. Oh, it's on site. This is crazy. This no hairline ass midget is a third generation FAMUan. You telling me your mama approved of this? You telling me your mama can look you in the face and say, my baby did a great job today? If I knew anybody, if I knew your mama and I knew your aunt, I would be blowing up their phone right now. Like, that's your big-headed ass baby. Get his ass off the board. And if I see you, grandma, it's on site. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. Oh, man. Oh, wow. So, the people who voted for Brown, of course, the white man, Figures with her Frederick Douglass having hair ass, White with his no hairline having ass, Gibbons, his fake Steve Hart suit wearing ass, Lawson, his fat pudgy ass, who else? The white man, Vasquez, who was there for 2 days. He ain't even been there for 24 hours. He hasn't been approved in 24 hours. He just got washed in on a low tide to the board seat. He voted for. You know, this is crazy. Washington, Figures didn't say shit. Figures is a FAMU grad. Where Figures at? She didn't say nothing. And when you don't say nothing, you implicit. I don't give a damn what you talking about. She pretty as shit too. But if you don't say anything, you're implicit. Being indifferent makes you implicit. You knew what you were here to do. You knew that it was a presidential vote today. And the fact that you didn't say anything, you're implicit. Flat out, you're implicit. I do not care. I don't want to hear none of that. Complicit, implicit, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So this is crazy though. Implicit. Hey, listen, I got an associate's degree. Okay. No, don't blame me. I didn't go to FAMU. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I'm shocked. I'm not shocked because I was hearing it, but to see FAMU grads vote against the interest of the people that they're supposed to represent. I'm telling you flat out, if I saw Michael White, I would slash his goddamn tires and push his hairline back. Like, that's crazy to me. It's, yo, shout out to Judge Perry. He started it off. Shout out to Harper. Listen, Harper, I've been hard on Harper, but you got to respect how she came. You got to respect how she put everything, laid it flat out. The salary requirements, all that stuff. Man, shout out to her. She did an amazing job. She did the best she could. She fought for FAMU. She fought for FAMU.
As requested by the chair, I'll read this. In parliamentary procedure, a motion to adjourn does not supersede a motion for action on the main question, meaning it does not prevent the main question from being voted on. Instead, a motion to adjourn can be brought up when the main question is not yet fully debated or before a vote is taken. If the motion to adjourn passes, the meeting is adjourned and the main question is not voted on.
It won't pass.
Thank you. So what I understand now that was not fully explained before is that a motion to adjourn can be brought up when the main question is not yet fully debated or before a vote is taken. So what came before the body was a call for the question. And prior to that, the debate was still occurring. So from my perspective, had I known this information prior to this full body of information and not just a single sentence, the adjournment motion could have been taken up at that time because the main motion had not yet been voted on and the debate had not fully ended. I wanted to make sure the body had that full information.
Can I call for orders of the day, please?
Can you repeat yourself?
Can I call for orders of the day? Only if there's not a new action being taken. But where does that leave us right now? Since I called for the adjournment and then we did the vote. So where are we?
Where we are right now in this process is that there is a motion on the floor from Trustee White and seconded by Trustee Gainey that Trustee Washington be delegated the authority to negotiate the contract with the president-elect. A debate was started and perhaps not concluded. There was a call for the question that took up a, 8-4 vote? And so now you're calling for orders of the day. And orders of the day directs the body back to the agenda that was published. And I do believe that your motion to adjourn came before there was a call for the question. And so with this full body of information, as chair, I believe that we need to move forward with the motion to adjourn. What is can you confirm, Robert, as it relates to the vote required to adjourn?
Madam Chair.
Just a moment. I'll recognize you in just a moment.
Madam Chair, if that vote was taken up, it would be by a majority.
If you're not gonna let it go, they're not gonna adjourn it. Come on, man.
And can you clarify while you're at the podium? Can you give us some context around orders of the day? Because generally action items are published on the agenda.
Well, will make us to follow the agenda along with what has been presented, which gets us back to determining who is going to be designated as a person to negotiate the contract with the president-elect. And that is consistent with the BOG regulation.
As it relates to orders of the day, can you remind us how that weighs in
It's a straight vote.
and when that is intended to take place?
That would take place now, so that we would follow the agenda. And what is there is this action item with regards to the president-elect, which, consistent with the BOG regulation, would require for someone, the board or a designee, to negotiate that contract.
Okay, so the motion to adjourn requires a majority. At this time, we will, Trustee Lawson, you had a question or comment.
I think you're trying to get there, and so is Attorney Ming. I just want to make sure that we are within our own board regulation, because my simple understanding is with an open motion on the floor, arguably the debate didn't conclude, but that motion needs to be voted on prior to concluding the meeting because it is on the floor and has been properly seconded. Now, not being an attorney, I am looking for general counsel to provide it maybe in layman's terms so that I can understand what's our appropriate next step.
And I would also ask General Counsel McKnight that you maybe state in layman's terms the information you shared with us around a motion to adjourn and the superiority that takes around other motions given certain contexts.
Well, if it is the posture that the debate had started but had not completed, then the order of taking up the motion to adjourn would take precedence over the main motion. And that, to be voted upon, that motion would be determined by a majority of the sitting trustees right now who are present.
Thank you. So we will move forward at this time with I
have an additional question for
Trustee
General Counsel.
Washington, you're
Thank you.
recognized.
Attorney McKnight, you had mentioned something about the delegation of the contract needing to happen within the agenda. Is that it? Maybe I misunderstood you. Could you clarify if that is a part of the agenda item or if that is a separate agenda item that we would need to take up if we don't take up today at a future date?
It was my understanding that what was on the agenda would also include, as it was phrased, it's not there specifically, but that it would include designating someone to serve as the person to negotiate the contract with the president-elect.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will take up the motion that has superseded the main motion on the floor, and that motion is adjournment, which requires a majority vote. Ms. Cummings Martin, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Trustee Brown,
No.
Trustee Bryant,
Yay.
Trustee Crossman, Trustee Figurs, Trustee Gainey,
No.
Trustee Gibbons.
No.
Trustee Harper,
Yes.
Trustee Lawson,
No.
Trustee Perry,
No.
Trustee Reed,
No.
Trustee Vasquez, Trustee Vasquez, Trustee Washington,
No.
Trustee White.
No.
Eight noes, 2 yeas. The motion passes.
Would you kindly recount?
I'll go back through. Trustee Brown, no. Trustee Bryant, yes. No vote for trustee Crossman or Figures. Trustee Gainey, no. Trustee Gibbons, no. Trustee Harper, yes. Trustee Lawson, no. Trustee Perry, no. Trustee Reed, no. No vote for trustee Vasquez. Trustee Washington, no. Trustee White, no.
Thank you. Eight noes, 2 yeses. The
Yes.
motion to adjourn fails. So the main motion is back on the floor, and that is to delegate the authority to trustee Washington to negotiate the contract with the president-elect. Is there any additional unreadiness before we take up the vote?
Is there opportunity for comment?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm confused. I thought we called the question. Can we get clarification from general counsel on that, please?
Shut your bitch ass up.
The motion to adjourn was stated prior to you calling the question. And we just took a vote on the motion to adjourn. So if you want to restate calling the question.
I think where I'm confused is that where the question was called and that the vote went through for the calling of the question, where does that motion lie for the question to be called? Was the motion also invalidated once there was a superseding motion?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Perry, you're recognized.
I find it terribly strange. Again,
Talk to him, Perry.
that we want to silence debate and opinion. I find it strange that historically at FAMU, that the chair of the board has always, since I've been here, negotiated the contract with the president. It is quite apparent that that's not going to happen. It's quite apparent that I guess lightning struck and it happened to hit here at FAMU, where we have the chair who traditionally serves in that role, a woman of integrity, a woman that has demonstrated that she understands her fiduciary duties, which adds to the odious odor of what's going on in this body. So let's go ahead and vote, but I just find it horrible that in an institution that talks about love and charity, that there's no love, there's no charity. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cummings Martin, would you please call the roll?
Madam Chair.
Can you please restate the motion?
Shut your bitch ass up.
The motion is to delegate the authority to negotiate the contract with the president-elect to trustee Washington. Ms. Cummings Martin, would you please call the roll?
Madam Chair. Trustee Brown,
Yes.
trustee Bryant,
Nay. Nay.
trustee Crossman, trustee Crossman, trustee Figures, trustee Gainey,
Yay.
Trustee Gibbons,
Yeah.
trustee Harper,
Nay.
trustee Lawson,
Yay.
trustee Perry,
No.
trustee Reed, trustee Reed.
Ain't no need to be there.
No.
Thank you. Trustee Vasquez. Trustee Vasquez. Trustee Washington.
Yes.
Trustee White.
Yes.
Six yeas and 4 nays. Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion carries. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, goddamn. Listen, man. You know how they say, like, you know how, like, you know, when Sandra Bland died and stuff like that? And, like, don't forget these, like, say their names. Say all of these bitch ass niggas' names. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm going to have to give you the energy today. I know Mr. Campbell going to call me up and be like, hey, watch it. Listen, I got to give all these niggas the business today. Because what kills me is this, right? And I'm going to keep it a buck with you. And I'm going to have to be honest. First of all, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Like, I'm beyond pissed, right? But what makes it even worse for this dude right here, he reached out to me probably about like 3 months ago, right? Off a little burner drink or whatever, and he wanted me to stream his speech that he had at the announcement or whatever. And dog, I'm telling you, if I see this nigga, it's on site. I'm so serious. I'm so serious. Like, I'm not even that type of dude. I'm real chill. I'm real laid back, but I don't like to be used. And at no point in time could you say like you're doing this for the people that you're supposed to be serving. That's what makes me upset. Like, they put you in the position to represent their interest. To represent their interest. And you voted against their interest for your own personal gain. That is some bitch ass shit right there. It's no way you can make it off campus. It's no way you can make it on or off campus. There's no way you should be teaching at FAMU. There's no way you can step foot on FAMU's campus anymore. There's no way. It's no possible way. Like, what? Like, you literally... Everybody was... First of all, he didn't even meet with the faculty. Your job description is a faculty representative. You throw it around like it's a major title. Oh, I'm Trustee Brown, you know, I'm the faculty senate representative, and I do bitch ass things. You did all that, did all that woofing. But then when the rubber meets the road, you couldn't stand up for the people that voted for you. That is crazy to me. You can't tell me this nigga is not getting a kickback from somebody. Can't tell me that. He just swam here, okay? He literally just swam here. You can't blame him. They told his vote was rigged from the jump. He just swam here, okay? Went to McDonald's, swam to the board meeting. You knew who he was gonna vote for. He hasn't said anything all week. Looking like the dad off of Family Matters. Hasn't said shit all week. And the only time he opens his crusty ass mouth is to vote yay for Marva Johnson. Need I say more? Need I say more? Need I say more? Fat bastard. This white man only shows up for some shit. This white man, listen, if you've ever watched a board meeting, he only shows up for some shit. He never says nothing. He never comments about anything. He literally just shows up, votes on the agenda that is whatever the red people want, the elephants, and then he takes his happy ass home. That's all he does. It beat it. Oh my gosh, man. Isn't it like a movie that has like a slug or something like that? I can't think of the movie right now, but it just brings to my remembrance. These are the Bamas that voted against. The man tried to take me down. The man tried to take me down. All right, and this nigga. Again, I'm going to say this, right? You're a third generation FAMUan. And you're proud to make the vote. I want to hear from people. 518-263-8124. I want to hear from the people. If you're at work, I get it. It's over 700 people on here. I want to hear from the people. 518-263. I want to hear from FAMU grads. I want to hear from people who know these people. Like, if you've had conversations with these people, if you know these people, if you talk to these people, call in, let people hear your voices, man. I'm really shocked. I'm really shocked. I can't. I heard that it was going to go this way, but I'm still shocked. I'm really shocked. I really am. It is really disappointing. And old Frederick Douglass head ass. I'm crazy right now. 9983 coming to you. They calling you live.
I have no words because I always used to hear rumors. I'm born and raised in Tallahassee. I'm also a third generation rattler. To understand our founders' principles and to walk in the Black archives, and for a man like Michael White to say that he's in the best interest of the university is a lie. Talking about threatening his business. Sir, I better not see you involved in a booth selling a piece of boiled peanut, a t-shirt. You better not even be here at homecoming. Because I'm telling you right now, don't tell me you're about FAMU when you're literally voting for its demise. We've always known that FSU has wanted to take us over. They keep encroaching more and more over the track, how much property they're buying. It's ridiculous. But for you to tell me, once again, a woman that voted one of the lowest candidates is the right candidate is ridiculous. And I can tell you this, her and her crunchy wig will never be accepted on this campus. She will never be. It's too shady because what's done in the dark will come to the light.
Facts.
You know it's got to be something where the beta alpha chapter of AKA weren't even talking about her. And once again, I hate that she's a woman, but it's not that she's a woman. She's unequivocally unqualified and incompetent. She will continue, just like Elmira, to set back women leadership at FAMU again. Look at Angela Suggs. It took us the wrong woman to finally get to the right woman. And I hate to say this, it's looking real bleak. But I know this FAMU better not send me an email to none of its true shareholders and asking for our coin. Ask the board for the money. Don't ask me to donate when you didn't care to listen to our opinions. Let us be wrong then. If we told you to pick this person that didn't work out, then let that be that.
Facts.
But don't put us in a worse situation by picking the wrong candidate. And now you're asking us to dig in our pockets and help you out. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That's real.
And I hate to say that I'm an alumnus, but I'm willing to let her hurt a little because she's got to go. But like Mr. Scott said, elections have consequences. And unfortunately, this is This is the consequences of back-to-back bad elections. So it's a hard day being a FAMU alumnus right now. I'm just not gonna lie.
I couldn't
And that's
even
all I got.
I couldn't even imagine. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
5781 coming to you. Hey, calling you live.
Hey man, how's it going? How's it going, man? I'm a little disgruntled, but you know, something in my spirit just told me that this was gonna go down this way. But you know, at the end of the day gonna end. You know, so that's how I look at it. But I want to leave you all with a quote from the great Moses General Miles, and he said that if any person, whether professor, administrator, governor, legislator, friend or foe, anything to keep FAMU from moving upwardly and onwardly, let his right hand forget his cunning and let his tongue cleave to the roof of his mouth. FAMU must live forever. And that's how I see it. That's all I gotta say.
Man, appreciate the call, Brody. Herb, I see you. Let me get to somebody. 8732 coming to you.
I'm the same one that pretty much said that multiple faculty that I forgot bow tie dude. He did not meet with any of the faculty. That's known. My grandmother went to FAM, worked at Coleman for 30 plus years. The people that she taught how to do things are still operating in that building today. I've been surrounded by FAMU everything since I was 2 years old. So that's going on 18 years now. I've been around the good, the bad, and the ugly, and this is pure the ugly. To see the day, you know what's gonna happen, because the crazy thing is when all the leaks happened of who was voting for what or voting for Marva. It's crazy how everything that leaked out happened today.
Facts.
But it was true. It was all lies. It was speculation. It was conjecture. But it hurts. It does hurt when you love this school, work hard for the school, put in the blood, sweat, and tears for the school, and to be outright challenged is even more frustrating, because the statement that stuck out to me was when it was said that it's the state that gives more money to the school. That might be true. However, what keeps the school going, what keeps the school what it is the alum, is the students, is the community, is the faculty and staff, and you pretty much went against all of that.
Facts.
This is butched in every sense, every format. And there's so much more that I could say, but I don't even have the words because it's embarrassing. The fact that this is even happening shows how much of a joke we are to the state, because why is it that we were the first ones? We're one of the major HBCU brands. But this is happening to us in real time. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I'm in Tallahassee, live in Tallahassee, 15 minutes from the school, go to the school, talk to some of everybody, kind of keep my head down, stay unknown. But it's a field day. And to the ones that's orange and green, that bleed orange and green, it's just the beginning. That's all I have to say.
Man, thank you so much for the call. Any FAMU people want to call in, the call line's open. 518-263-8124, 518-263-8124. Herb, coming to you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Thanks, guys, for having me on, bro.
No problem, man.
I'm not a FAMU alum, but this hits home for a lot of reasons. One, Alabama State went through their same type of turmoil on the board, when Joel Reed was there. And that's, for those folks that aren't familiar with Joel Reed, he was kind of like a power broker type dude in Montgomery, where a lot of the same shenanigans that we've kind of seen go down with this Florida A&M board was happening the same way in Montgomery. And I think what people don't really realize about how bad this is optically is that, particularly for state land grant HBCUs, there's always been pressure on state land grant HBCUs all throughout the South where they've been under attack. They've either been under attack from their boards, from the state, in terms of trying to merge them with other schools, you name it. And FAMU's Board of Trustees, man, I don't know, man. I mean, just from a sports context, and I know we've disagreed on some things about the Board of Trustees, but just from the outside looking in, man, I don't see how anybody can't have smoke for these guys right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just don't.
Absolutely.
It's one of those things where this is the repercussions from what happened today. It's going to be felt across the institution. It's going to be felt in enrollment. It's going to be felt in contributions from alumni. It's going to be felt from, all aspects. So, only thing I can tell from my FAMU folks, man, you got to fight. You got to mobilize grassroots style, man. Somebody said earlier, elections have consequences. Absolutely right. And this is one of the big consequences.
Man, you preaching, Herb.
I'm blown, bro.
Man, I'm speechless, man. Appreciate the call, Herb. Let me say this. And I usually love to be right. But I told you, as soon as that 237 check didn't clear, I told you what was coming. I said the one thing you did not want is white people in your business. And this is the consequence for the actions of a few that has affected the many, right? Like that is what is transpiring here today is one action by Larry, Kristen, OBG, the foundation, all one decision has truly affected FAMU going down. And I said it when it happened. I said everybody is going to have to go. Everybody was going to have to go. And when you let white people in your business, this is what transpires. It just is. 3072 coming to you.
Yeah, my name is Marshall. I'm calling from Palm Beach County, Delray Beach, Florida. It just goes to show that the system already is rigged.
Facts.
We vote, but what are we really voting for? However, I will say this just goes to show we got to come together. We talk a lot, but we really got to be together as a people. We really got to come together as a nation and stand up against all this racist stuff, because it's true racism at the end of the day. We don't want to accept it. We want to be blind to it, but it's really existing. And we have to fight this system that controls all of our livelihood, especially here in Florida. Insurance rates are triple damn high. Rent is high. The cost of living is high. And we need to gather ourselves, not just for FAMU, but for all of our livelihoods. That's all I got to say.
Man, appreciate the call, Montre. 9533 coming to you. Mr. Martin, I see you.
How you doing, Scotty? Long time listener. I'm a FAM grad. My wife's a FAM grad. We're heavily invested in FAM. And it's disappointing. But this all goes back to what happened in Florida. We didn't vote for Andrew Gillum in 2018. We allowed DeSantis to win re-election in 22. And here we are. We knew they were coming for FAM eventually. And we didn't know it was going to be now. But to your last point, this all falls on Larry Robinson. It falls on Stroud, the former dean of the business school.
Yeah.
Because they did this. Their incompetence, their need to want to be number one, to fudge the metrics, to make the funding look larger, is what got us here. I wasn't a fan of Robinson from the jump. I thought he was weak. I thought he wasn't strong enough to send him to the state, because that state funding came in and everything looked good. Look where we are now. I guarantee you, within the next year, we'll be removing African American history as a guaranteed course, probably remove that communication as a minor. We're going to get rid of a lot of faculty. And I think the biggest thing they'll do is adding a lot more white students. The state of Florida is going to be pumping money to make FAMU white. You already did it with the pharmacy school, or they're trying to with the pharmacy school. Did it with engineering. It's only a matter of time. Appreciate it.
Man, appreciate the call, man. Again, I will say this. I think what we as a people have failed is that we only. I'm sorry, I gotta say this. I think where we as a people have failed is that we no longer consider the plight of Black people our fight, right? Like it's more about it's not affecting me, right? Like kids from like Black kids at University of Florida won't feel what FAMU is going through, right? Kids that go to Florida State won't feel. Black kids that go to Florida State won't feel the plight of what's going on at FAMU. And in the 50s and the 40s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, Black people felt each other's burdens. That's why Black people were able to come together the way they were, because at the end of the day is like, hey, your problem is my problem. Because you're going through that problem today doesn't mean I won't be going through that problem tomorrow. Let's fix it, right? But it's too many times in this day and age that we don't see each other's problems as our own, right? And I think for FAMU and I think for Florida, you know what I'm saying? Like Florida has to get on that Georgia wave, right? To where there was a concerted effort to get more Black voters. There was a concerted effort to bring out the young Black vote, right? There was a concerted effort to prove and show Blacks that their votes mattered and that they should be voting, and things like that. So it's tough, man. It's tough to watch. It's tough to see it transpire. I know I'm here. I make jokes and all this type of stuff, but what really hurts, and I said in a couple episodes, what really hurts is that the founders of FAMU, if they were able to see the board now, they would probably shed a tear because of the vision that they had for the school, right? To see successful Black men sitting on the board of trustees, to see successful Black men and women have these high level degrees and these opportunities, but then to see them vote against their own people in their own interests, that is what that to me is that's what turning my stomach, because I'm like, the mission for FAMU was, and the mission for HBCUs were the betterment of Black people. But to turn around and vote against your own people, it's shocking to me. It really is. And there's nothing that none of these trustees could say to me to make me see no different. 7743 coming to you.
Hey, Scotty. It's me again. I'm just going to go ahead and try to state some of the facts and not be critical of the board because of the fact that I don't want any blowback for my family members who work there. But I let me start off by saying you are so right in regards to what the state of Georgia did and try to get more African Americans to actually vote. However, once again, this governor, Ron DeSantis, has also created a law where it's illegal to have a third-party organization to go out and solicit registrations. They put it on the ballot, and I believe it either cleared or pretty much in a nutshell, you can't have like the Urban League or the NAACP or somebody go out and try to solicit people who have not voted to sign up. That's the first thing.
That's crazy.
Now, they plan ahead and they look at what works and they try to come up with something to prevent us from having a voice. That's what I shared with you earlier. Secondly, with the state of Florida, and like I said, I'm just stating facts because I don't want to get nobody in my family any blowback. The fact is, the state of Florida only pays up to $250,000 for any state employee. Beyond that, the school will be responsible for paying out the president's contract. That means roughly $600,000 will have to come from a DSO, or should I say, from the foundation.
Wow.
Traditionally, the foundation pays for coaches' salaries, who we come up short with, and also offer scholarships or pay out students who have huge bills or bills that need assistance so they can continue their education. The thing that is so frustrating, those board members know that that money has to come from the foundation, and they're going to be pulling money away from kids who need to graduate and can't graduate because they either have a bill or they need some additional funding so they can get their scholarship and walk.
So let me hold on.
It is.
Let me
Yeah.
get this straight. They got on there. All these trustees got on there talking about the state student funding and graduating on time and figures. I mean, not figures, but the Frederick Douglass lady, Washington, she got on there and said, you know, we need to be graduating kids in 10% to 43% to now 83. But if you're taking money, like if you're taking money from the foundation, how is that going to help you with the state student funding?
Well, it's even more than that. Here's the thing, and I'm glad that you inquire. And yeah, you rag us, but I know that you care about all HBCUs. The thing about this, why FAMU's enrollment is where it is. The state only allows Florida A&M each year to accept X amount of students per year. When you have 25,000 students applying, and hey, let's just throw a figure out, 10,000 of them have over 3.7 GPA. We can't accept all 10,000, but they say, hey, we'll only let you admit 1,200. So I mean, but the thing about it, we can grow. But the thing about it is the BOG will not allow us to grow because they put a hold on how many students each year we can accept.
That's crazy. They don't do that to Florida State or anything like that.
No, they don't do that to anybody else. Now think about this also. North Carolina A&T, if I'm not mistaken, 2 years ago accepted more than what was allowed, and their BOG fined them
$1 million.
Accepting more students than they needed to accept.
Yeah, I think they found them like $1 million or $2 million. Yeah,
it's the same thing. Education for HBCUs is being attacked. What's frustrating, I can sit here and tell you, look, I'm not old. I'm 59 years old. I can tell you, I go back to the last 5 presidents. B.L. Perry, which knew me. I didn't know him because my mother worked at the university. I'm a third generation rattler from my mother having more than 34 years at Florida A&M. My children graduated from Florida A&M. I went back and got my graduate degree from Florida A&M, even though I'm a Miles College graduate. But the thing is that there's so much history here and why we were established and how we help one another. It is just so frustrating when you see our own people do what they do. And you hit it so much on the head that these people, because it's not affecting me, they don't care.
They don't care.
Florida A&M wasn't like that. We had to pull everybody up by the bootstraps. The one thing I can tell you that resonates with us, they keep taking from us, but we keep excelling. That's the only positive thing I can tell you. But it's going to be rough for the next 18 months. Oh, here's something else to think about. If I'm not mistaken, Ron DeSantis has another 18 months before he retires or gets out of office. The leading Republican candidate for the position is either his wife or, oh gosh, what is the black guy's name? He's a Republican. So my question is, he was a congressman and his time ran out. What are we going to do when it comes to electing the next governor for the state of Florida?
Byron Donalds.
Byron Donalds. Yes, Byron Donalds. What are we going to do when it comes to selecting the next governor? Are we going to idly stand by? Byron Donalds, as we know, is another megamania. So, and Casey DeSantis will only extend what her husband has started. So we, as registered voters, need to be prepared to go to the stands or go to
polls and vote. And we got to get somebody in there that not only sees us, but hears us as well.
Man, thank you for the call. Appreciate you.
No problem, bro.
Listen, oh my gosh. Hey, this is my last caller, and I'm gonna get up out of here because I'm getting a headache. 1799 coming to you. Hey, caller, you live.
Hey man, what's going on?
What?
So my name is Z Thomas, and I'm currently a Florida A&M student. I'm a major in accounting, and I just want to just say thank you to the FAMU National Alumni Association, and thank you to all the alumni who donate. Because of y'all was able to help me get back into school and to pretty much help me finish my studies, and I'm very grateful for y'all.
Wow.
And I just want to just apologize for what's going on here today. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. That dude Michael White, because here at SBI, we do this thing called forum, where we pretty much have like corporate guests come
Yeah.
and pretty much speak to the business students. And he had came to forum, and he put on this thing like he loves the students and all that other stuff. And his company even gave $250,000 to FAMU. It's a big spectacle and everything. But his company, NW Solutions, they really run off of stuff from the government. Like his company is they pretty much do like contractor work for like the state of Florida. So honestly, just talking to some of my professors here, because right now I'm actually on campus,
Yeah.
talking to people, it's all political games, and plus one untold truth that I just learned from one of my professors. I'm not gonna say their name, but they said that it wasn't surprised. These board members have always been taking bribes to vote for certain people. So with President Johnson being elected, we all pretty much know what the play is, and pretty much she really not gonna last, honestly, because one thing about students here, we're not really going for it, and just from talking to faculty around here, no one around here is going to be going for it. So I know right now, because it may seem bleak, but trust me, things gonna end up working out. So
Oh man, I love the energy,
I was gonna
man.
let all the alumni know. Thank you for everything. Like, I'm truly in debt to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Like, I was homeless, and y'all was able to help me get back into school, get housing and everything. So I'm grateful for all the alumni. But just know things gonna be all right.
I love it, man.
It's gonna
Appreciate
be
the
all right.
call. Thank you so much. Hey, I like that. Listen. Let me say something. I believe in FAMU. All right, I've always considered myself an honorary FAMUan. My son loves FAMU, talks about it all the time. Let me just say this. I feel like FAMU's gonna fight back. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what that looks like going forward, but I wholeheartedly believe with the power alums that they have and the voices that these powerful alums have and the network that these alums have as well, they're not going to go laying down. It's just not going to happen. I feel for these trustee members because I'm telling you right now, for Bowtie, if I ever see that nigga, I swear to God, it's on site. If I ever see that bow tie ass nigga, it's on site. For real. And Michael White too. If I ever see that nigga, it's on site too. Right? It's on site. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed, but I believe in the FAMU alums. I believe in the FAMU students. I mean, that SGA president, that girl is sharp. She has Jasmine Crockett written all over her. All right. So listen, man, FAMU has a saying when the dark clouds, right? Like they dark. Okay, they dark. And I know Kofi rolling in his grave right now, but I do believe that FAMU will come out on the other side, closer and more together than ever before, right? Because this is a time where you as a people, you as an alums, you as students, you as people who bleed orange and green, this is your time to make your voices heard and fight back against the masses, right? It is what it is, but I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I shout out to Judge Perry. I know he's taking a lot of heat at Bethune-Cookman. I know Kristen Harper is also taking a lot of heat as the board chair. But what I can respect today is that when the rubber met the road and you had to stand on something, You stood on morals and you stood on principles. You didn't let people come behind you and swindle you out of something or bribe you and take you out of your fiduciary duties to do the right thing by FAMU and the alums and the students there. So I want to give a big shout out to Perry as well as Chair Harper as well. I'll listen for real. I'll be praying. Well, I don't really. I'm gonna tell my wife to pray for y'all because she got the direct line. I'm gonna just hope. I'm gonna hope and pray for y'all, but I'm gonna tell my wife to pray for y'all because she talked to God. I'm gonna ask her what God said about this whole situation too. But listen, until next time, you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna holler. God bless.